when it's time to ball. We back in the field, we ready, it's time. It's nothing but hustle inside of the huddle, you know that I grind. A dangerous mind, a weapon of choice when pushing the line. Go overtime and I won't break when it's crunch time. My end game is number one. Bet it all, give me my cash. Supreme game, can't stop it. Take off like a rocket. Break your back, don't bend mine. I'm the one now, you can't hide. Legendary like legacy. This is our moment, our time. This is our moment. This is our time. Time is now. It's time to rise. This is our moment. This is our time. The time is now. It's time to rise. Yeah. Coming for glory. We ready for war. The city's behind us. We giving you more. We ready whenever. The world is watching. The time is now. No other option. No other way. Play to win the way that we play. Destined for greatness, born to be great, ahead of the game. In front of the pack, leading the way, it's time to reign. The kingdom's here, this is our year. Been to the bottom, ain't nothing to fear, we running the game. Rush in the field, for every yard, on every play. Nobody's safe, rise when we fall, but never stay down. The champs is here, doing it for the 10. This is our moment, this is our time. The time is now, it's time to rise. This is our moment, this is our time. Time is now, time to rise. It's time to rise. This is our time. It's our moment. It's our time. Feet in the dirt, nose to the ground. Like the crack of dawn, you can't stop the shine. Moment after moment, day after day. It's our time. Lock and loaded, it's time for war. Ha! Tear it down, kick in the door. Yeah, I want it all, give me some more. Ha! I want it all, give me some more. I want it all, give me some more. Yeah. Kill them all, it's time for war. It's time for war. Like pandemonium, I set it off. Sacrifice, I bear the cross. Legendary, I'm a big dog. Hard knock on the front line. Pure blood, my bloodline. Headshots the first time. My aim good, bullseye. Warfare. Don't play fair, don't play fair. You not sure? Don't go there, I'm right here. No fear, I'm ready to go at top speed. No brick wall can block me. No army can stop me. Yeah, I want it all and I can't lose. I came far and I won't stop. This my time, I pay dues. Yeah, it's war time and I won't retreat. I want it all, give me some more. I kill them all, won't taste defeat. Nah. Now bow down at the king's feet. It's time for war. I want it all, give me some more. Kill them all, it's time for war. Kill them all, it's time for war.
Heart of Texas Speedway, night one of our Fall Classic. We want to thank everybody for being here tonight. Got a few housekeeping rules up front. Remember, anytime the green flag is out, we want to be off of that front fence. We don't want to be up on that front fence. We don't want somebody injured or hurt. We also don't want to be blocking anybody, so stay up off that front fence. If you rented a seat tonight, be sure to return that seat back to where it belongs. And then we have lots and lots of trash receptacles throughout the facility. Please return that trash to where it belongs so we don't have to be out here till noon tomorrow picking it up. So once again, thanks everybody for being here tonight. We're going to get out like we always do here at Heart of Texas Speedway. We want to thank everybody that has defended, that has been part of this beautiful, beautiful country. If you've ever served in the military, let's stand up and let's thank you for everything you've done. Mr. Jack, stand up. Any part of the thank y'all. Without y'all, we would not be here where we are tonight. First responders, those police, EMS, tow truck drivers. I'm driving down I-35 and I need help. You're the guy and the gal that's there. Stand up. We want to thank y'all for everything you've done. Take a quick moment. The MIA, the guys and gals that never came back, that never got the recognition they deserved, whether they were in Vietnam or Korea or World War I or World War II. Acknowledge those guys and gals that never came back. Now if you'll stand, remove your cover. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this day. We want to thank you for this beautiful weather, this beautiful week we've had. We want to thank you for allowing us to be here and enjoying what we love to do. Please be with all these drivers. Be with all the safety personnel, all the workers on the track. And be with everybody as they head home tonight. Keep us safe. Keep us under your cover. Above all, thank you for your son that you sent to die on the cross for us. In your name we pray. Amen. And if you'll turn to that center flag, the national anthem by my beautiful bride, Miss Sarah Spillman.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Miss Sarah Spillman. And out next will be the factory stocks. 45 factory stocks on the card for the night. We'll go through a series of heat races and then qualifiers, and that'll line up the first 8 for tomorrow night's A main. With us tonight, we have Mr. Colin Bell from Arklatex, a special guy. Probably way better than I am, but here we are. Colin, let's get us started in the first heat race of the factory stocks.
All right, so this will be heat race number 1 of 6 for the factory stocks tonight. They'll be split into 2A qualifiers. The top 4 from each qualifier will be your top 8 tonight, and they will advance to the top 8 positions for the $2,000 to win a feature tomorrow night. So heat race number 1 going to line up like this on the pole out of Hewitt, Texas. It's going to be Eddie Gramila in the 111. To his outside out of Burleson, Texas in the 33T, that's Cade Condor. Inside of row number 2 out of Gatesville, Texas, the 914 is Edward Cox. And to his outside, it's going to be the Insulin Chassis sponsored number 10 of Nate Dixon out of Ennis, Texas. Inside of row number 3, that's Rusty Head in the 55R. To his outside, Bobby McCool in 00M. James Schoenrock in the 37 and Brian Maher in the 4D. We're going green in heat race number 1 for the factory stocks.
Green flag in the air in the 11. Eddie Gramala off to a good start up through the middle of the racetrack, down the back straightaway, followed by the 10 and Nate Dixon. We got a spinner around. We're going to keep it clean and green, but no. Dead up on the top shelf. Didn't get one in the book, so we'll restack and repack. Eddie Gramala with a good start, and then Nate Dixon up on the top side. But all for naught. All for naught, Colin.
So we got problems. The 33T of Cade Condor up in the wall on the exit of turn number 2 as the 00M of Bobby McCool exits the speedway in that yellow 00M.
0 laps down, so we will restack and repack them. Start over. It'll be the 111 Ed on the inside and the 33T of Cade on the outside. The 33 was a caution up on the wall, so he'll be going off at best or at the back. We'll see. Just going to put the 10 of Nate Dixon up on the front row outside. Nate Dixon, Ed Gramala, weekly racers here at Heart of Texas Speedway. 30T, 33T, gonna keep going. Let them tag in the back.
Yeah, Joe, so Nate actually came over to my home track, the Arklatex Speedway, for our Mike Parker Memorial. Had 72 factory stocks that night. If I remember correctly, Nate worked his way into the final 24 and ran that feature. Told me he's won a few races this year here at Heart of Texas as well as Big O Speedway. So the 10's got a few wins to his credit this year. He's already gained essentially 2 free spots here on the original start.
Hey, we got to take him where we can get him, buddy. Cornbread, what are we doing down on the front stretch? By the way, that's cornbread on the front stretch. Nope. Yes. Nope. Chatter it out.
Looks like they're looks like they're debating on original restart or not.
Well, I think we have to restart it. Just shuffle up the outside row. You know, the cool thing up here in the stands is we can just say whatever we want. They can do what they want down there, but here we go. Lights are out. Gramala, Dixon. Gramala on the inside with a good hole shot. Gramala on the bottom side. Dixon over on the top side with the momentum down the back straightaway.
They'll go side by side heading into turn 3. Gramala on the inside, Dixon on the outside. Out of 4 down the front straightaway. Gramala still has the race lead and the caution flag will wave. As once again the 33T of Cade Condor having issues on the back straightaway.
I mean, he didn't even really restart, right? I mean, it was at the back. Come on, 33T.
Looks like he's being sent to the pit area for 2 cautions here in heat race number 1.
Race on Texas here tonight, watching live, so be sure to check on Race on Texas. Thank you to everybody over there that makes this happen. Down the back straightaway. Let's see if the lights are going to go out. Up on the top side, don't look but now, but the 37 of Shone Rock up on the top side outside started in that 7th position, now in the 3rd position. Here we go. Little bump and grind down the front straightaway. We know there's not but one lap down, right guys? Not even one lap down. Shone Rock up in that 2nd position. Up on the outside is going to be the 10 of Nate Dixon, followed by the 37 of Shone Rock. Shone Rock now going to follow him down in front straightaway. Going to try to work his way, but it has nothing to do with the 10 of Nate Dixon. Dixon down the back straightaway, followed by Shone Rock, and the 111 of Grimala.
So Dixon has the race lead, followed by Shone Rock. Grimala runs 3rd, Head is 4th, and Mahler rounds out your 5 remaining cars here in heat race number 1 for the factory stocks as the laps begin to wind down here in the 1st heat race of the night. Here comes Grimala back to the inside of Shone Rock. Doesn't have anything for him just yet.
Going to be Nate Dixon down the back straightaway. Shone Rock on the outside, Nate Dixon on the bottom side, followed by Rusty Head, the 55. 55 had a good showing last week at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Going to be following that 4th position, but it's still going to be Dixon out front, followed by Shone Rock, and on the inside, the 11 of Grimala.
So 3 laps down, 8 to go. They'll see the halfway point this time. 4 laps to go for the 10 of Nate Dixon out of Ennis, Texas. So Dixon is in control. Shone Rock runs in the 2nd spot, married to the top side of the speedway, as Grimala continues to try to dive under the 37 and take the 2nd spot back.
2 flags in the air, 2 to go. That is 6 down, 2 to go, and that's going to be for the 10. Nate Dixon out front, followed by Shone Rock in the 11 of Grimala. Rusty Head now on the backside of Grimala, trying to make something happen, but just not anything to work with. It's going to be the 10 of Nate Dixon out front, Shone Rock, Grimala, Rusty Head. It's going to be your top 4 in your heat race number 1, and your heat race number 1 winner will be the 10 of Dixon, followed by Shone Rock, Head, and Grimala. Heat race number 2 about to roll out on the racetrack here. Heart of Texas Speedway, your Fall Classic night number 1. On the pole, the 18M of James Mercer, and the outside, the 110 of James Hoffman.
Inside of row number 2, it's going to be the 28M of Junior McCall, and his outside, Brett Arden in the 5.
Inside row number 3, the 55, Ryan Turnipseed, and the outside, the 04, Cameron Cook.
And the final row to the inside is going to be the 62 of Jacob Pruitt, and his outside, Kurt Ellis in the 33. That is your lineup for heat race number 2 of the factory stocks.
Factory stock heat race number 2 out on the racetrack. 8 laps will be the distance. We'll be getting 1 to go at the flag stand. Lights will be going out on the back stretch. Cornbread sending them off across the racetrack. Lights are still on. Here we go, lights are out. Green flag racing.
Bit of a bottled up start, and James Hoffman Jr. going to take the race lead as Cook goes side by side with Arden for the 2nd spot. Cook on the inside, Arden outside. Cook's going to take 2nd after 1 circuit of 8 down in heat race number 2.
Cook with a big booty Judy down the back straightaway, the big body car. Going to work underneath the 110 of James Hoffman. Going to try to diamond it down, drive it underneath, but no go. It's still going to be Hoffman on lap number 2.
So Hoffman leads, followed by Cook. Arden rides in the 3rd spot. 4th is Turnipseed. Rounding out your top 5 right now is McCall. Mercer runs in the 6th spot. 7th is Ellis. Pruitt rounds out your 8-car field as Cook gets a bit too high in turn 4 that time. Nearly cost himself 2nd.
Cook working through the middle of the racetrack and up on the top side. Going to try to work down the back straightaway behind the 110 of James Hoffman. Cook going to work on the bottom side now. Gonna try to drive it down the hill, but just not enough momentum. They're up on the back bumper. Loosen them up a little bit. Let's go through 1 and 2, but it's still gonna be the 110. James Hoffman down the back straightaway.
So Cook's going to try the outside of Hoffman. Hoffman pushes up. They avoid contact, and Cook takes the race lead. Hoffman rides second. Arden is third. Turnipseed is fourth. And McCall rides in the fifth spot as those 5 cars have distanced themselves away from the rest of the field.
Can you hear me now? Better?
So Cameron Cook leads down the back straightaway. Hoffman trying to hold off Arden in the second spot as Turnipseed's trying to hold off McCall for the 4th position as the white flag waves for Cameron Cook in the big-bodied 04 machine. Down the back straightaway one final time. Cook going to extend his advantage once more against Hoffman and Arden as those two make contact for the second spot. Cook's going to win it. Second at the line going to go to Hoffman. Third will be Arden, 4th Turnipseed, and 5th is McCall Jr.
Heat race number 2 in the books now. Rolling out on the racetrack now, heat race number 3. On the front row, it'll be 494 of Dylan Kidwell, and the outside, the 99T of Trey Vanderdale.
Inside of row number 2 out of College Station, Texas. The 91, that's Jared Maupin. And to his outside, the 88 out of McGregor, Texas, is Corey Tequil.
Inside row number 3, the 01, John DeGrove, and the outside, the 151K of Tommy Williams.
Inside of row number 4 out of Midlothian, Texas, the 8 of Taylor Rawlinson. And to his outside, that's going to be Billy Neighbors Jr. in the 52 out of Waco. So that is your lineup for heat race number 3 of 6 for the factory stocks here at the 25th Annual Fall Classic at the heart of Texas Speedway.
Lights will be going out. They think they're racing this time, but we're not racing yet, kiddos. Y'all slow down. Slow down. Watch the lights. You know, I have a saying, Colin, every time you strap that helmet on, all common sense goes out of your mind. I mean, it doesn't matter. You can be a rocket scientist. The minute you put that helmet on, everything goes out the window. So here we go. Lights are out this time. Heat race number 3 for your factory stocks.
Exactly, Joe. It doesn't matter if they're racing for $2,000 or racing for a corn dog. They're going to put it all on the line as we make contact on the original start. Kidwell and Vanders.
99T.
Varnesdale, excuse me.
Vandersbell puts a little bumper to him, dives it down, drives under the field, and now is going to take the lead coming out of 4 on your lap number 1 in your factory stock heat race number 3. It's going to be Vandersville followed by Kidwell, and then Teckle, Maupin, Williams will round up the top 4, and that'll be your heat race number 3 top 4.
So Varnesdale leads, followed by Kidwell, Maupin, Williams, and Tekel. That is your top 5 right now as there's a battle for the 5th spot. As John Grove in the 01 trying to fight for that 5th position. 7th is Taylor Rawlinson. And rounding out your field is Billy Neighbors Jr.
91, Jared Maupin now diamonds in it, makes it work on the outside and gets by them for that 2nd position. Down the back straightaway for the 99T, Tyler Vandersville, followed by Kidwell and Maupin. Maupin's going to have it this time by, though.
Maupin takes the race lead as they clear the slower car of Neighbors. That will ignite a battle for the 2nd spot. As Varnesdale trying to hold off Kidwell, as well as Tommy Williams.
Jared Maupin, a multiple feature winner in every class he gets in. It doesn't matter if it's a modified, if it's sport mod, street stock, a truck down at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Jared Maupin with his long hair, always a winner and a contender. 2 flags in the air, 6 down and 2 to go. This time by for Jared Maupin.
At the line last time, the battle for 2nd was divided by 0.002 seconds at the line. As Varnesdale gets a better advantage now, as the checkered flag will, the caution flag will wave.
Yeah.
As we have lost Tommy Williams. Tommy Williams in the 151K facing the wrong direction up at the top of turn number 2.
Well, you'll get that on those big jobs. They'll just face the wrong way. So, here we go, straighten it out. Let's go. As I said, Jared Maupin. I've had the pleasure of announcing and flagging all across South Texas, I-37 Speedway, Cotton Bowl Speedway, here at Heart of Texas Speedway, and Maupin, no matter where he goes, is always a contender. Out front will be the 91 of Jared Maupin.
Exactly. I've heard that name around. Not positive I've ever seen him race, but I know he's won multiple races with the Texas Dirt Truck Series this year.
Yeah, I think he's a point leader right now at the next Texas Dirt Truck Series. Kid can drive a race car or a truck or probably a tricycle at this point. Let's go. John DeGrove on the inside for that 4th position. White flag in the air, 7 down and 1 to go for Jared Maupin, Kidwell, Vanderbilt, and John DeGrove. Checkered flag coming out in your heat race number 3. It's going to be Jared Maupin, followed by Dylan Kidwell, Tyler Vanderbilt, John DeGrove, Taylor Rollison, and Corey Tickle. That'll round out your top 5 in your heat race number 3. Up next, heat race number 4 for your factory stocks. On the inside, row number 1, the 22K of Cody Boatwright. On the outside, Kevin Batterby in the 15K. Inside, row number 2, the 17M, Christopher Mercer. And the outside, the 1st of Kevin Smith. Inside, row number 3, the X, Gage Fuller. On the outside, Colin Hodges in a 28. Shotgun on the field, the 1W, Mark Fox. David Sisk holds 1 in the air, saying next time bye, boys and girls. Lights will be going out down the back straightaway. We'll be starting side by side, coming out of 4 at the pink tire. Boatwright on the inside, Batterby on the outside. Slow the pace down the back straightaway. And green flag in the air. 22, Boatwright with a good start. Boatwright up through the middle of the racetrack, going to drive it down the back straightaway. Has a momentum, has a preferred line, and that's where Boatwright's going to ride.
So Boatwright leads, followed by Batterby. Mercer rides in the 4th spot. Colin Hodges is 5th. And Mark Fox takes 5th Hodges 4th. Fox takes 5th at the line that time. 1 lap down, 7 to go. Here in heat race number 4 of 6 for the factory stocks. As Boatwright's extending his advantage, Batterby trying to hold off the 1st of Kevin Smith for the 2nd spot.
Starting to see a few more of these bigger body factory stocks and metric cars. We call them big booty Judies is what I like to call them. But that is what seems to be a little more predominant now. Everybody seems to be out front with Cody Boatwright with the big booty Judy. Gonna get halfway down, halfway to go. That's gonna be the cross flags for Boatwright in a 22K this time by.
So Boatwright comes to us out of Ardmore, Oklahoma, a regular at the Southern Oklahoma Speedway, and he's in control of heat race number 4 right now. Ahead of Kevin Batterby, who flips between the factory stock and the 600 winged and non-winged micro sprint, as he was here last weekend competing as part of that gigantic dwarf car race they had here. As the caution flag will wave for Fox, the 1W, facing the wrong direction in turn number 4.
Infield tractor tire, Billy Mazzolio.
Old BM3.
I purposely mispronounce his name every time. The old Billy Mazzolio. Got him. Got Mark Fox that time by.
So 5 laps down, 3 laps to go here in heat race number 4. Boatwright, Batterby, and Smith going to lead us back to the green flag here with 3 laps to go.
Green flag out, 5 down, 3 to go. Next time by will be 2 flags in the air, but it's going to be Boatwright out front, followed by Batterby. Big bodied cars down on the bottom side. Can't make it happen. Oh, a little contact going to send a first into the infield. You're off the racing track, buddy. We're going to keep it clean and we're going to keep it green here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Better keep it going if you want to keep being scored. There you go. White flag out. Cody Boatwright, followed by Batterby and Hodges will round out your top 3 in heat race number 4.
Coming to the checkered, Boatwright's going to win heat race number 4. Second will be Batterby. Third goes to Colin Hodges. Fourth will be the X of Gage Fuller. And rounding out your top 5, the 17M of Christopher Mercer. So here comes heat race number 5 for the factory stocks. On the pole, it's going to be Melvin Kemp Jr. in the 54K. He comes to us out of Waco, Texas. To his outside, out of Robinson, Texas, the 25 of Michael Granat. Inside of row number 2 is going to be Mike Land in the 48 out of Waco, Texas. To his outside, the John Leda Farms DAF chassis sponsored number 27 of Dalton Faulkner out of Cut and Shoot, Texas. Inside of row number 2, the Powers race car number R12, that's Flying Ryan Powers. His outside, the Joel Ball Trucking, Sotex Motorsports number 66 of Johnny Torres, and the final car on the Speedway, the 92 of Elliott Black. We're going green for heat race number 5.
Heat race number 5, the green flag is in the air. Going to be Melvin Kemp Jr. on the inside and going to lead him down the back straightaway, followed by Michael Gannett, followed by the 27 of Faulkner. Any one of these guys could win a feature any given night between Kemp, Gannett, Faulkner, Torres, and Ryan Powers. This could be your feature any given night. Faulkner on the inside, Gannett up on the top side. But it's still going to be out front, Melvin Kemp Jr. Ryan Powers, the original, this is my bomber class. We call it the Bombers here, but thanks to Ryan Powers. Ryan Powers built many stock car bodies for me back in the day. Now, Faulkner on the bottom side, underneath Kemp. Going to work it, diamond it, rotate it, see if we can get that lead off. But it's still going to be Kemp in the 54, followed by the 27 of Faulkner. What a race down the back straightaway between Kemp, Faulkner, Powers, Gannett, Torres.
Kemp going to try to squeeze the bottom side away from Faulkner, but Faulkner's got too much momentum. Here he comes, he'll take the race lead. Faulkner leads, Kemp second. Powers is third. Fourth is Granat, and Johnny Torres rounds out your top 5. As Kemp gets the race lead back. Now Faulkner and Powers go side by side for second. Both of them chasing the 54 of Kemp. Kemp leads, Faulkner second, Powers is third. It's about as stacked of the heat races you can find tonight. As Kemp slips up on the inside, here comes Faulkner for the race lead.
Ryan Powers said, y'all battle for the bottom side, kids. I'm going to take the top side, but now he jumps to the bottom side. It's going to be 2 flags in the air, 2 to go. Faulkner followed by Powers, Kemp, Torres. Gannett is going to be your top 5. Faulkner down the back straightaway. Powers going to try to work his way, see if he can drive it down on the bottom. Slide job, maybe not quite enough momentum to make that happen. White flag in the air for Faulkner, followed by Powers, Kemp, Torres, and Gannett. Gannett around on his own. Come on, Michael Gannett. Keep it going, buddy. Still white flag in the air. We are still clean and green. Here we go. Faulkner with the win.
So Faulkner wins it. Powers is second. Third goes to Kemp. Fourth is the 66 of Torres. And rounding out your top 5, Mike Land in the 48.
I guarantee those top 4 have all won features across the state. probably even up into Oklahoma and Arkansas at some point, Louisiana. So what a stacked heat race right there. Heat race number 6 rolling out on the racetrack right now. On the front row will be the 20 of Mackenzie Van Diver, and the outside the 75 of Josh Cox.
Inside of row number 2 out of Alvarado, Texas, the 32M, that's Corey Bassinger. And to his outside, he's got multiple wins around the Texas area this year. Out of Italy, Texas, it's the 40, the Insolent chassis number 40 of Michael Bowles.
Inside row number 3, the old stock car driver himself, Dustin Mooney, in the 5M. And the outside, the 56 of Paul White.
Final car on the racetrack for heat race number 6 out of Athens, Texas. It's the 8Z of Zach Arden. This is your 6th and final heat race of the factory stocks tonight. Like I said earlier, there are 45 of them tonight. They'll be split into 2 qualifying A mains tonight. And the top 4 from each will lock in as the top 8 cars locked into tomorrow night's $2,000 to win show. Here we go for heat race number 6. Vandenberg going to lead us to the green.
When's the last time we saw Paul White in a factory stock in the outside on the 56? Gonna try to work the top shelf a little bit as Paul White. He's gonna get by a bunch and come out in 3rd position. The old Kaji veteran himself.
So Bowles gonna take the race lead away from Vandenberg at the line.
Gonna be Bowles, followed by Mackenzie Vandenberg, and then followed by the 56 of Paul White. Up on the top shelf, Paul White gonna work the top side, trying to get around the 20 of Mackenzie Vanderbilt. Can't quite make it happen that time. We have got a leader out front, Michael Bowles, but everybody is stacked up behind him. We are 2 and 3 wide behind him for that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position.
So Bowles leads. Mooney's going to take 2nd. Vandenberg sitting in 3rd. 4th is Paul White. And rounding out your top 5 right now is going to be Corey Bassinger. Here comes Paul White to the inside of Kenzie Vandenberg for 3rd. Can't make a move just yet.
Four laps down. We'll be coming to 5 down and 3 to go next time by. It's going to be Michael Bowles out front. Bowles with a commanding lead. Very consistent, very solid race right now so far. Mackenzie Vandenberg, Paul White swapping a little paint.
So Bowles leads. Mooney trying to track him down 2 laps to go as the sprint car race of Paul White has now worked his way into 3rd. Mackenzie Vandenberg rides in the 4th spot. And Bassinger rounds out your top 5. 1.5 laps to go, and here comes the 5M of Mooney. He looks to the inside of Bowles, coming out of turn 4. They'll be side by side, coming to the white flag.
Dustin Mooney, the old stock car Kaji driver that he is. He has won a lot. I've interviewed that guy a lot of times here in the stock car and now in the factory stock. Down on the bottom side, let's see what he can do right now. Coming to the checkered flag, it's going to be Bowles by a half a fender. Not even a full fender.
So Bowles wins that one over Mooney by 0.029 at the line. An absolute show there in the final heat race of the night for the factory stocks as White finishes 3rd. 4th goes to Bassinger, and Arden rounds out your top 5.
Up next, your stock cars. IMCA stock cars. You know my saying. It's my favorite class. Every time I say stock car, you got to have a drink. 4 heats tonight will all qualify to a qualifier 1 and 2, and the top 4 will all move on. Heat race number 1, Dean Abbey in the 26, and the outside the 20T of Thomas Hall.
Inside of row 2, out of Fairfield, Texas, the 75, that's Wesley Warren. To his outside, Chris Galeen in the 81 out of Cleveland, Texas.
Inside row number 3 in the 13G, that's David Good. In the outside, flying Ryan Powers in a 74.
And on the inside of the final row, that's going to be the C3 out of Leander, Texas. That's Chris Birmingham. And his outside out of Waco, Andy Roller in the 63.
Birmingham, Roller, Powers, Good, Warren, Abbey. I've called them all for winning a feature race at some point in their careers. Let's go. Down the front straightaway through the middle of 1 and 2 is going to be Dean Abbey. Up on the top shelf. Got one around. That's going to be David Good in that B&B machine. Let's see if we can get it going, boss man. He said, Restart.
So the caution flag will wave for the 13G of David Good Jr. We were missing Flying Ryan Powers on the start of that one. I believe he was in one of the final factory stock heats sitting in tech. It looks like he didn't quite switch over to the stock car quick enough to make his heat race number 1 here in the IMCA stock cars.
What a shame. What a shame, Ryan Powers. Dean Abbey, I believe he won the crate late model points for the North Texas crate models, or whatever they're calling it these days. But I know he won here last. And it was, that kid's been amazing. I say kid, I mean.
American Crate Late Model Series.
And 2 is going to be Dean Abbey up on the top shelf. Got one around down the front straightaway through the middle of 1 and 2 is going to be Dean Abbey up on the top shelf.
Southern United Professional Racing Series. So good to see them trying to keep crate late models alive over here in the Dallas area, as most of our area tracks over in Louisiana trying to run the crate late models.
You're so much smarter than
Keep
I am,
late model
dude.
racing alive.
I like to watch cars go around in circles. You know all their names and where they came from and what they're doing. I'm just
having fun, Joe. I was just here for interviews. You asked me up here.
Man, you're so much smarter than I am. All right, here we go. Lights are out. Let's go, Dino. Dean Abbey with the run down the front straightaway. Oh, Hall a little sideways, gonna bottle them all up. Still green, but we got 4 stacked sideways. Hall, Roller. Hall just got in a little sideways, didn't really cause anything, but everybody kind of stacked up behind him. Dean Abbey with the run down the front straightaway. Oh, Hall a little sideways, gonna bottle them all up.
I think we'll go for our 3rd attempt at the original restart as Good's heading towards the infield.
Well, 3rd time's a charm, right, buddy? Something like that. Birmingham, Roller. One of the worst things I ever had to do, Andy Roller's a buddy of mine, and he won a big show at 281, and I had to DQ him. That's the worst thing I ever had to do, DQ my buddy, but it is what it is, and he took it as it was. He didn't know it, and it is what it is. That was years and years ago. Andy Roller in the 63, glad to see him back out there again. But out front, Dino, Dean Abbey, my favorite class. Although you'd think they could get more than 1 lap, you know, for being as good as they are.
They're a little bit excited. They're racing for $2 grand this weekend in the 25th annual Fall Classic here at the beautiful Hardo, Texas Speedway. I'm really happy to be here with you, Joe. Like I said, I was just doing pit interviews for RaceOnTexas.com, and Joe invited me up here to announce a little bit with him. First time ever announcing here at Hardo, Texas. I haven't been here in about probably 5 to 7 years. Every time I've been here, there have been wing things on the racetrack.
Yeah, well,
a little bit different.
No wing things tonight, buddy. So, well, thanks for coming up here, because if I was all solo, I'd really be terrible. I'm terrible anyways, but I have a good time.
Yeah,
I really enjoy racing, so.
Yeah, like I said, I'm here for interviews, so I got an interview up with Dalton Faulkner, who won a heat race just a little bit ago on RaceOnTexas.com's Facebook page. And we'll get a few more interviews later on tonight with some of the top performers here on the qualifying night. Night 1 of 2 of the 25th Annual Fall Classic here at the Heart of Texas Speedway. And those will be on the Race on Texas Facebook page tomorrow. About probably mid-afternoon, we'll start getting those up to hype up tomorrow night's race and the finale of the 25th Annual Fall Classic.
Colin, if I want to watch on Race on Texas tonight, what does it cost me tonight to watch it?
So the monthly subscription
$39.99.
is $39.99.
Pick Heart of Texas Speedway as your home track.
You can.
Half that money comes back to Heart of Texas Speedway.
Every month, $20 of your fee would go back to the racetrack of your choice. You also get to enjoy racing from every racetrack that is covered by Race on Texas, not just the track that you choose for your money to go to. I believe we're up to dang near about 12 to 15 tracks you can choose from to watch live. Some tracks have select events live, and some are live every weekend.
And it depends on where you are. I mean, when we were at 281 and Chris David come out there, we didn't have the streaming, we didn't have the internet capability to go live back then. And it was like when it was Race on Texas just getting started, but Chris David always helped their tracks out, whether it really helped him or not, you know, in Race on Texas. So
105 Speedway is one that we really struggle with connection. They film every week there, and then it goes up the next day. We did a live show there, as I announced with the Short Track Super Series, Ollie's Bargain Outlet Cajun Region Big Block Modifieds. So we went live for that show, and I think it cut out about 3 or 4 times.
Yep.
So Chris does a really good job trying to do what we can at certain racetracks. Super B Speedway over in Chatham, Louisiana has awful connection. Absolute nightmare.
I mean, I would think if it's in Louisiana, I mean, it's a swamp, right? I mean, it's got to be terrible. But Chris David has always provided and always helped out the racetracks, whether it really helped Race on Texas or not, way back in the day. And now that we're getting with better technology and everything, be sure to check out Race on Texas. If you're a racer, you can go back and watch them and see what you messed up, or where your competitors were better, or where you were better. All right, lights are out. Here we go. Dino, try number 4. Here we go.
So Dean Abbey going to get the early race advantage. The 75 of Wesley Warren rides in the second spot. Third belongs to the 81. That is Chris Gallen, rounding out your top 4 and 5 positions right now. The 20T, that's Thomas Hall, rounding out the final 5th position is the the C3 of Chris Birmingham.
63
Dean Abbey
Andy
already
Roller.
up to a very strong race lead here, 2 laps in.
Dino, working the top shelf, going to show everybody how to get around that racetrack down the back straightaway. Dean Abbey, no stranger to this racetrack here at Heart of Texas Speedway. We are going to get 3 down and 5 to go in your heat race number 1, followed by Wesley Warren, Chris Gallen, and the C3, Birmingham pushes up the track, and that's going to let Hall get underneath him.
So Dean Abbey has completely left the field here in heat race number 1 for the IMCA stock cars, as Warren rides second and Gallen is third, but neither car able to keep pace with the 26, who had a 2.5 second advantage last time by. He'll extend it to 3.0 this time, half a second quicker than the second place car that time by.
We like to call that a straightaway. It's a straightaway at this point, buddy.
I think he thinks he's still in a late model.
Yeah.
2 to go this time for Dean Abbey.
Dean Abbey, 2 in the air, 2 to go. You can see the track starting to take a little bit of black rubber already this early on in the racetrack. Up on the top shelf, you can see that black stripe. You can see it down in 3 and 4, but Dean Abbey jumping to the bottom shelf, bottom side of 3 and 4. Here it is, the white flag is out for Dean Abbey, followed by Chris Gallen, Wesley Warren, and Thomas Hall will round out your top 4.
Dean Abbey's going to win heat race number 1 for the IMCA stock cars. At the line, second will go to the 81 of Chris Gallen. Third is Wesley Warren. Fourth, Thomas Hall. And rounding out your top 5 will be the C3 of Chris Birmingham. And that's definitely an extremely fast pace being set there by the 26 of Dean Abbey. Going to be hard for anyone to compete with him, but there's 2 other Abbeys here tonight that might be able to do it.
Yeah. Anytime your last name is Abbey, you're going to be fast. I don't care whether it's Dean or Wesley or whatever. I mean, they're all...
This one's going to be fun.
They're all pretty quick, so...
So heat race number 2 for the IMCA stock cars. On the pole in the RaceOnTexas.com, sponsor number 37. It's the brother to the winner of heat race number 1, Jeffrey Abbey in 37. To his outside, Dustin Mooney in the 21 out of 40 Texas.
In the inside, row number 2, the 54M of Michael Dabney. In the outside, the 5H, that's going to be Lance Hansen.
Inside of row number 3, John
Friedrich.
in the 17 out of Austin, Texas. To his outside, Bryce Burden in the 17X.
Inside, row number 4, that's Jason the Acrobat in the 9. In the outside, the triple nickel, Rich Shields. And here we go, green flag is in the air. Abbey on the inside, up on the top shelf with Dustin Mooney. Mooney down the back straightaway, going to try to play chase, but it's going to be all Jeffrey Abbey all the time. Abbey now down through the bottom and the middle of the racetrack, going to drive it down the front straightaway. It's going to be Abbey, followed by Mooney, the 54 Hansen. Michael Dabney. Still going to be Abbey, followed by Mooney. Two laps down, and it's going to be Abbey. Jeffrey Abbey, followed by the 21 of Dustin Mooney. Mooney, followed by the 5 of Hansen and the 54M of Michael Dabney. Dabney, a multiple feature win in the sport mods. Still going to be Abbey way out front. Way up top is going to be the 21 of Dustin Mooney. That's going to let the 2 behind him, the 54M of Michael Dabney and a 5H of Lance Hansen, close that gap.
So Jeffrey Abbey has the race lead. Second is Dustin Mooney. Sitting in the 3rd spot right now, that is the 54M of Michael Dabney. Jason Batt going to take the 4th spot away from Lance Hansen Jr. Down the back straightaway, and this time at the line, 2nd spot will belong to Michael Dabney.
Don't forget
Jeffrey
Jason
Abbey out front running similar lap times to the laps of Dean in heat race number 1.
Don't forget Jason Batt was upside down on his lid last week in Batesville in the 9 car. Qualified the first night out, got upside down in the A qualifier. Now back out here tonight at the heart of Texas Speedway Fall Classic night number 1. We got 2 flags in the air, 2 laps to go. Jeffrey Abbey. Hansen facing the wrong way. In the infield, still clean. Caution, caution, caution. Put it in reverse, buddy. Let's get it off the track.
So the caution flag going to wave with 1 lap remaining here in heat race number 2 for the IMCA stock cars. So like me and Joe were just talking about just a second ago, Race On Texas covering many different tracks and a lot of different tracks available to watch live this weekend. Rocket Raceway Park has their 7th annual Smackdown. Sabine Speedway will be live as well this weekend, along with a few others. I believe Texana Raceway Park also live this weekend. As the lights will go down, and we'll try to conclude heat race number 2. This time, Jeffrey Abbey in the 37.
We will be getting a green-white checker this time, man.
Yeah. So Abbey continues to lead. Second is Kemp. Excuse me, not Kemp. That is Dabney as the white flag waves. Abbey followed by Dabney. Mooney has 3rd. Batt is 4th, and rounding out your top 5 is Burden as they'll go side by side for 3rd down the back straightaway. Coming out of 4, Abbey's going to win it. Dabney will be 2nd. Who's going to get 3rd at the line? It's going to be Batt. 4th will go to Mooney. 5th is Burden. And rounding out your 6-car field, Rich Shields will finish in the 6th place position.
Heat race number 2 in the books. Up next, your heat race number 3 for your IMCA stock cars. Out front will be the 99 of Jeff Whitehead, and the outside, the 116, it's going to be Damon Hammond in the Wild Child chassis.
Inside of row 2 out of Stephenville, Texas. That's the 070 of Dennis Bissonette. To his outside out of Copperas Cove, Texas, the 21 of Alan Essenberg.
Inside row number 3, that's last week's winner at Cotton Bowl Speedway, the 107, Tim Carmen, and the outside the 1G of Michael Ty.
Inside of the final row out of Comanche, Texas, it's the 12 of Weston Abbey. And to his outside, a legendary name here at the heart of Texas Speedway, that's PJ Egbert in the 187.
Pizzo Egbert, Weston Abbey, Carmen, Essenberg.
I don't know much about the heart
Bissonette.
of Texas Speedway on a weekly basis, but I know if its name is Egbert, it's about just as fast as an Abbey, if not faster.
Bissonette and Hammond, they have all won, I promise you, many, many feature wins, and here we go, lights are out. Green flag in the 070 of Bissonette, going to take the early lead, followed by the 116 of Hammond, Essenberg. Here comes Abbey on the top shelf.
We were just 4 wide momentarily from 3rd to 6th. As they go side by side for the race lead, Bissonette going to hold off Hammond. But here comes Weston Abbey. Can the 3 Abbey brothers go 3 for 3 as there's contact down the back straightaway and the 1G's in the wall? Michael Ty into the back straightaway wall. Keeps moving, but the caution flag will wave for the pink and black number 1G. And that will put a pause on heat race number 3 for the IMCA stock cars.
Colin, how would you like to walk up to the pit shack and see, well, let's see, I got Hammond, I got Bissonette, Essenberg, Carmen, Abbey, and Egbert in my heat. That's like the who's who of stock car racing.
I'd be more worried about just making one clean lap by myself.
Yes. Yes. Damon Hammond, don't give him anything.
I can talk
Wild
about
Child
race cars,
chassis.
but I've never raced them.
Oh. 1G, Michael Ty taking a hard right turn off the track. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7 cars now. David Siska says 1 to go this time.
One lap down, 7 laps to go here in heat race number 3 for the IMCA stock cars.
My favorite class. By the way, take a drink if you're watching, because it's stock cars and it's my favorite class. Let's go. Out front, 070, Stephenville starter himself, Mr. Dennis Bissonette. Wild Child on the bottom side, Abbey up on the top shelf. Here we go. I believe it was last year this time about when Bissonette and Abbey, everybody got in a big shuffle, and I might have said a cuss word over the announcing, and I got in a little bit of trouble. Oh my goodness.
Like Weston Abbey not exactly happy with how much space Damon Hammond gave him on that last restart.
Or lack of.
Here comes PJ Egbert into the 4th spot. He wants to battle for 2nd as well.
Dennis Bissonette in that sniper speed machine out front in the 07D, followed by Abbey. Damon Hammond. Oh, Bissonette, what are you doing, buddy? Half spins Bissonette does. That's going to let Abbey be out front.
That's going to open the door up for Weston Abbey. The Abbey brothers trying to go 3 for 3 as Abbey leads Hammond in 2nd. 3rd is Egbert. Cannon has the 4th spot. Bissonette rounds out your top 5. Carmen in the 4th position.
Tim Carmen, last week's winner over at Cotton Bowl Speedway in the stock cars. Work in the middle of the racetrack, but out front it's going to be
2 laps to go this time for Abbey as the battle for 2nd intensifies as Bissonette loses it once again in turn 4. Here comes Egbert for 2nd. Egbert takes 2nd down the back straightaway, and he'll relegate him into the 3rd position. White flag waves this time for Weston Abbey.
Weston Abbey working the top of the racetrack. followed by the 116 of Hammond. Checkered flag this time by.
So Weston Abbey's going to win it. PJ Egbert is third. At the line, Tim Carman takes the third spot. Fourth will go to Damon Hammond. And rounding out your top 5, Alan Essenberg. That is heat race number 3 of 4 for the IMCA stock cars.
Your IMCA stock cars always putting on a good show. Up next, your Outlaw Street Stocks. As I've always said, your Outlaw Street Stocks, bring all you got. I hope you brought enough. Heat race number 1. 116, Damon Hammond on the pole, and the outside to 0M, Dylan Glass. Inside, number 13, Jerry Friedrich, and the outside to Smoking Joe Williams in a 32. Inside, row number 3, Gerald Johnson, and the outside to 1B of Brandon Hood, the Hood Rat. Inside, row number 4, the 2 of Joe Garcia, and the outside, Josh Whitehead. Here we go. Lights will be out. Your Outlaw. IMCA stock car heat number 4. My bad. I got it. 14 to Ryan Ellis, and the outside of 416 Chase Neal. Inside the 88 Blake Clark, and the outside of 489 Anthony Otkin. Inside row number 3, the 114 of Thomas Hall, and the outside of 25J Gregory Muirhead. Inside row number 4, the 21X Jimmy Helena Hetherington, and the outside Flying Ryan Powers in the P74. My bad. I thought we were in the street stocks already. Here we are in the stock cars. Oh, Blake Clark got a lot of bite in that. A lot of side bite, a lot of drive in the left rear, and Blake Clark pulling the left front. Ryan Ellis in the 14, gonna let the momentum roll it up on the top shelf. Blake Clark gonna diamond it down, drive underneath the 416 of Chase Neal. Clark. Blake Clark with the lead that time by. Good run by that kiddo. That kid's had a heck of a season. Boyd, Kennedale, wherever he's gone, he's been a contender. Here's the 88 of Blake Clark. Clark. Followed by Chase Neal, Gregory Muirhead, and Ryan Ellis.
So the IMCA stock cars putting the racetrack to the test here in heat race number 4 as Gregory Muirhead working the bottom side of the speedway in that 25 as we have one looped around. That's the 114 of Thomas Hall Jr. And the caution flag will wave just as more carnage ensues as contact between the P74 of Powers and the 25 of Muirhead send those two cars off their regular scheduled path, and the caution flag will wave here in heat race number 4 for the IMCA stock cars.
Let's see what happens there. Caution was already out when they had all that contact, so see if they all get their spot back. But Blake Clark, who has been, you know, I got to interview Blake Clark on his very first feature win ever at 281 Speedway. He was about 12 years old.
He's pretty good.
I
interviewed him earlier this year at Rocket Raceway Park.
Yes.
Actually, never mind, I was announcing that night. I got the sponsors from him, so I got to talk to him.
Yep.
But he was competing in the twin USRA stock car features that
was night. A cool deal. I watched that deal. That was a cool
36
deal.
36 cars. It was pretty cool.
Yep. But that's one of my favorite things I always get to do is interview somebody with their very first feature win. I've done it 3 or 4 times this year. I did it, last year and the last 5 years probably. I love interviewing those kids, their first feature wins. They're emotional. Their dads, moms are emotional, aunts, uncles. And I'm not going to lie, I get a little emotional too. We're not going racing yet, kids. What are we doing?
Yellow light's still on, and they're not looking at it.
No. We put that helmet on. You know what I say? Green flag in the air.
So Clark was not ready for that restart. Chase Neal jumped all over it in the 416. And here goes the 169, the 489, excuse me, of Anthony Olkin. As they're going to go 3 wide for the race lead here in Heat 4. Showcasing the racetrack here tonight at the heart of Texas Speedway. Heat race number 4, the IMCA stock cars put into the test, top, middle, and bottom.
Blake Clark working the top side. Otkin working the middle and the bottom side. It's going to be 2 in the air, 2 to go this time by for the 489 of Otkin, followed by Blake Clark in the 416 of Chase Neal.
Slipped up just a bit there, and here comes Clark to the outside. The white flag waves. Setting up for a photo finish, and Joe's going to bring you to it.
Here we go, Blake Clark working the top side, 3 wide down the back straightaway. It's going to be Clark on the outside, Otkin in the middle, and the 416 and Neal on the bottom side. Oh, Otkin a little sideways out of shape, going to beat and bang. It's going to be Blake Clark. Blake Clark missed that restart, worked his way, and that shows the patience of that kid. He didn't get rattled. He missed the restart totally, got about 4 to 5 car lengths behind, worked his way up and got his way back up in that front position, wins it on the checker flag, Blake Clark in the 88.
Here come them outlaw things he was talking about.
I tried earlier, dude. I was excited for the street stocks. Bring all you got, all that stuff. They weren't even out there yet. Outlaw street stocks heat race number 1. We'll do this again. The 116, Damon Hammond on the pole, and the outside the 0M of Dylan Glass. Inside, row number 2, the 13 of Jerry Friedrich, and the outside, that's Smokin' Joe Williams. And the inside, row number 3, the 9 of Gerald Johnson. The outside, that's a hood rat, Brandon Hood in the 1B. Shotgun on the field, the 2 of Joe Garcia, and the 892 Josh Whitehead. Shotgun on the field. Here we go.
So, Joe, this is a really intriguing class to me because we don't have much of a street stock class over in the Arklatex, Louisiana scene. Super B Speedway and Sabine Speedway tend to run Crate Racing USA street stocks, but just a little bit different here. As here comes heat race number 1.
.116 Hammond on the bottom side. Brandon Hood in the 1 machine with last week's winner at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Looks like Batman, all black, all 1, all spoiler. But Jerry Friedrich, that's the boss man himself in that 2nd position. It's going to be 116 Hammond, followed by Friedrich, followed by Joe Williams. Hood Rat will round out your top 4.
So Hammond leads, followed by Friedrich. 3rd is Williams. 4th is Hood. Glass rounds out your top 5 right now. As the 3rd spot hotly contested. Hood's going to go around Williams for the 3rd spot, and he might even get 2nd before they hit the line as Williams spins.
Joe Williams spins.
32 going to make reverse contact with the tractor tire and be the fan favorite tonight as he'll stay underpower and will stay green.
Brandon Hood.
Here comes the 1B of Hood chasing down the race leader of Hammond.
Brandon Hood always fast no matter what he drives. In the 1B, going to now work underneath and try to diamond it down and drive underneath the 116 of Damon Hammond.
So here comes slide job for the race lead. The 1B of Hood gonna throw a slider on Hammond for the race lead. And he'll power off the top side of turns 3 and 4 to 2 laps to go this time. And he's extending his advantage very quickly, 8/10 ahead that time by. So Hood gets out to the race lead and he is checking out on the field, just blows by Hammond. As Hammond still has the second spot. Third is Friedrich. Sitting in the 4th spot, that's Dylan Glass. And rounding out your top 5 right now is Joe Garcia. White flag is waving, and here comes the 1B of Hood. Continues to extend his advantage down the back straightaway, and he will win heat race number 1 of the Outlaw Street Stocks here in the heart of Texas Speedway, the 25th annual Fall Classic. Damon Hammond is second, Jerry Friedrich finishes third, 4th will go to Dylan Glass, and 5th will be Joe Garcia. So race fans, a very quick show being ran tonight. As Mr. Joe Spielman said earlier, my name is Colin Bell. You can find me on Facebook at Colin Bell Dirt Track Announcer. I typically announce at the Arklatex Speedway, as well as the Short Track Super Series Cajun Region Modifieds, as here comes heat race number 2.
Can you hear now what you're saying?
Check. Check. Check.
Heat race number 2 for the Outlaw Street Stocks. On the pole, it's going to be the 4725 of Benji Kirkpatrick. And to his outside, out of Houston, Texas, it's Larry Phelan. Inside of row number 2, Mark Gruen in the 42 out of Whitley, Texas. To his outside, Cody Daniel out of Waco, Texas in the 76S. Inside of row number 3 in the Bates Racing Engines number 14X, that's Alex Bates, multiple-time Texas stock winner at the Buffalo Creek Speedway. To his outside, Joe Morales in the 07 JD. And the final car on the Speedway, the 8 of Barry Gaston in the 8 machine. 7 cars here in heat race number 2 for the Outlaw Street Stocks. We are going green. Looks like Kirkpatrick in a number 13 tonight, as he's going to take the early race advantage. The 42 going to go side by side with the 76S. That is Daniel and Guerin going side by side. Daniel takes the second spot. So Kirkpatrick leads, Daniel second, Guerin is third, as Alex Bates has worked his way into the 4th spot. Battle for 5th. Looks like Gaston going to take the 5th spot this time by. So Kirkpatrick continues to lead. Daniel still rides in second. Your running order remains the same, but here comes Alex Bates as he's going to battle for the 3rd spot with Mark Gruen. As we got 3 laps down, 5 laps to go here in Outlaw Street Stock heat race number 2. So 4 laps down, 4 laps to go this time. The 13 of Benji Kirkpatrick in control. Still have Cody Daniel sitting in the 2nd spot. Mark Guerin has 3rd as he's extended his advantage away from the 14X of Alex Bates. And rounding out the top 5 right now is Joe Morales with Barry Gaston or Gaston. Not positive if I'm pronouncing that right. He rides in the 6th spot. So they're spaced out, most of them using the top side of the Speedway, as we just saw them 3 wide using every lane of the Speedway. 2 laps to go here in heat race number 2 for the Outlaw Street Stocks. We have 29 Outlaw Street Stocks here tonight. Kirkpatrick going to see 1 more lap to go before he books his ticket to a front row starting spot for an A qualifier tonight. Cody Daniel continues to ride in second. Mark Guerin sits in the 3rd spot, can't quite catch up to Daniel, as the checker flag will wait for Kirkpatrick. Second goes to Daniel, 3rd will be Gruen, 4th is Alex Bates, 5th is Joe Morales, and 6th will be Barry Gaston. Bear with us, please, race fans, as we're working on a few audio quirks here with Joe up here in the booth, as we're about to get set for heat race number 3 of the Outlaw Street Stocks. On the pole in the 5-7, it's Taylor Fuller out of Killeen, Texas. To his outside out of Belmead, the 225 of Jeff Williams. Inside of row number 2, that's going to be Ryan Hopkins out of Waco, Texas. To his outside, Robert Shepard in the 84 out of Temple. Inside of row number 3 out of Waco, Texas, the 1 of Danny Sikora. And to his outside, Tracy Cundiff out of Kilgore, Texas in the 93. He's won multiple Texas stock races at the Lone Star Speedway this year. And the C4, that is Cody Parrish. As we're missing one car, I believe that is Ryan Hopkins, listed as the green flag waves as Fuller and Williams lead us into turn number 1 and 2 here in heat race number 3 of the Outlaw Street Stocks. Fuller gonna get the early race advantage down the back straightaway as he's got those red lights shining through the front nose of it. We got one turned around, that is the 84 of Robert Shepard. He's gonna keep moving and we'll stay green as we got a side-by-side battle momentarily down the back straightaway between Hopkins and Williams. Excuse me, that's Hopkins in the lead as Fuller is the car that did not show.
225 of Jeff Williams now going to mark the bottom side in a 468 of Ryan Hopkins. Hopkins driving Wade White's backup car with the red lights glowing coming down the front straightaway. It's going to be the 225 of Jeff Williams. Hopkins. Caution, caution, caution. Is that finally better? Yeah, there was one little button in there we needed to switch. What a dummy.
Is that mine or yours?
I think this is mine. Oh yeah, you pull it out. All right, your Outlaw Street Stocks heat race number 3. Williams out front, Hopkins in the 4/68. Wade White's car, 1 of Danny Sikora. That is the Hood Rat's old car. Like I always said, your Outlaw Street Stocks, bring all you got and I hope you brought enough. Colin, when you're talking about the street stocks, y'all don't have this much over there. Here's the rules.
Nothing.
No, there's rules. We have to have a 500 carburetor and a 500 tire, an AR or a Hoosier 500 tire. The end. That's kind of it, right? You want to build a 434. You can't run a roller motor, but you can build a 434. You can do it, but you can only suck it through a 500 carb. So here we go.
So back to the green. Williams has the advantage. Hopkins rides in the second spot as he's going to try to work the bottom side of the speedway. He was on the top before that caution flag wave. And now he's going to go right back to the top as Tracy Cundiff shoots into the third spot in the 93. Here comes Cundiff, multiple-time winner this year. Cundiff takes second away from Hopkins.
Cundiff working that bottom side. Hopkins, an old school, all the time factory stock racer in F4 car usually. Now in an Outlaw Street Stock. Little different deal here now. Oh, Cundiff takes advantage of the 22 getting out of shape. Jeff Williams, Cundiff now out front. We're going to get 5 down and 3 to go this time by.
Like I said, Tracy Cundiff was racing at the Lone Star Speedway, won just about every Texas stock race they had there this year before having to shut their doors early, hoping they'll be back open next year. As Cundiff pushes, here comes Hopkins for the race lead.
Cundiff a little bit tight right there, kind of pushed the nose a little bit, had to stab the gas, had to stab the brake. And that's going to let Hopkins now jump underneath him. Here we go, 2 flags in the air, 2 to go.
What a phenomenal racetrack we have right now, Joe. As all of these cars were just on the top, and now they're all fighting for the bottom. The dominant lane continues to change, as now Cundiff trying to squeeze under Hopkins as they come to the white flag.
And white flag out now for Hopkins in the 68 machine. I've always said that the street stocks always help bring in that racetrack. When it's one groove on the top, one groove on the bottom, we get these little heavier cars out, a lot of horsepower, a better tire. They'll lay down some rubber on the bottom side. Here we go. Gonna be Hopkins. Hopkins for the win.
He opened the door, but it didn't quite cost.
Just not quite enough there, but as I was saying with the street stocks, you get the AR500 tire, they put a little more rubber down. It's a better tire. They got some spoilers. They got a little more rear weight on them. They can run where the other cars could not run earlier on in the races. Here we go, heat race number 3? 4. I missed one.
The 4th and final.
The 4th. I took a break, buddy. I'm sorry. I was
technical difficulties.
Yeah, I was just drinking a beer. Let's be honest. All right, out front, that's the Wade White in the 68 machine. The outside will be the 714 Charles Melvin.
Inside of row number 2, that's the 716 of Trey Votaw. I know he won one of the races here that I watched on Race on Texas this year. To his outside, Mike Land out of Waco, Texas in the 48.
By the way, the 716 car used to be my old stock car. Inside, row number 3, the 95 Joe Fuller, and the outside, the 19 of Billy Chetney, and the shotgun on the field, the 12R Randy Weatherford.
So are you taking credit for his win, or?
No, he's a lot better driver than I am, buddy. I can't take credit for any of that.
Here he comes. He's got second already, and now he's coming after the race leader of Wade White. As the 714 of Melvin, he rides in third down the back straightaway.
Wade White up on the top shelf, and on the bottom shelf, the 716 of Trey Votaw. Votaw now going to rotate it. Oh, pushes up a little bit. Car just won't rotate. We got to free that thing up in the middle, buddy. Here we go now. Wade White now up through the middle, top side. Going to let it rotate. Drive it down the front straightaway. It's going to be Wade White, followed by the 716. Mike Land in the 48 and the 714.
I just love that 19 car. That just throws me back to the old school hot dog days. As old school as I can say, but I have some fond memories of the Champion Park Speedway in Minden, Louisiana before they shut down, having the Camaro-style street stocks.
Big Camaro, leaf springs, put some weight jacks in the front of them.
Get it.
Maybe let them rotate a little bit, put a little rotator on the leaf springs, float them a little bit. Our buddy Robert Dosey he's like a professional guy in that state, but that was 1987, buddy. We're not there anymore.
Was 10 years before I came around.
Yeah, we're not there anymore. Wade White out front, Votaw, followed by Mike Land in the 48 and 714, Melvin.
Votaw gained a lot of ground that time, out of 2 down the back straightaway as the 68 of White didn't quite hit the exit just right. 2 laps to go and he's closing in. Here comes Votaw.
Votaw following suit right behind the 68 of Wade White. Gonna get up into lap traffic now. Votaw closes that gap, less than the car link down. Gonna rotate it right down the middle of 3 and 4, and it's gonna be the white flag out. It's gonna be Wade White, Votaw. Votaw now gonna peek up on the top side, diving and driving down underneath. Here we go, Votaw.
Here comes Votaw to the inside of White down the back straightaway. They go side by side into turn 3 for the final time. Votaw on the bottom, White on the top, and Votaw's gonna steal it. Votaw wins, White will be second, third goes to Mike Land. Fourth will be Melvany, and fifth will be Chitty.
I drove all the way to Minnesota and picked that car up.
Trey's happy about it.
He's had a few wins. I'm not gonna lie, he's had a few wins. I stopped at a few casinos along the way too, so. All right, what's up next here?
Modified time.
Your Tom's Modifieds.
here's another legendary name, at least in my opinion, of the heart of Texas Speedway. I'm pretty sure I'm right about this one. That's Kevin Green on the pole out of Waco, Texas, in the orange number 5. To his outside, Wade Pistol in Austin, Texas, in the 44.
Inside row number 2, the 19 Seat Chad Guess, and the outside, the 33 Seat Carl Larsch.
Inside of row number 3, that's Michael. Give me some help here, Joe. Any clue?
The 4S.
Yep.
And the outside, William Gould, Willie G.
And Eric Tomlinson at the back in that plain white car. He's got the 45 on the hood. Just for good measure, I'm going to give the 5th place car an attempt here at the 4S. I'm going to go with
Chevlac.
Okay.
Another fun fact, you ready? The 44 Wade Pistol. My dad bought my very first race car for Wade Pistol's grandpa, Sonny Pistol, in the 90s. The very first race car I ever raced right here in the 90s from Sonny Pistol, and that's how I become 44, because of his grandpa. Here we go.
So Green and Pistol going to lead us to the green flag in heat race 1 of 2 for the IMCA Modifieds. As Green's going to get the early race advantage, Pistol has second, third will go to Large. As here comes Gould, he'll go side by side with Guest down the back straightaway for 4th.
Gould in that black machine. We're used to see him in a solid white with a 6-0. Now he's changed it up into 60. Always fun to see Willie G. Oh, Pistol around.
I bet it's still fast no matter what color it is.
It doesn't matter. If your name is Willie G, you're pretty fast.
Hey, I got to talk to his cousin, Billy G. That's the caution waves for Pistol. I got to talk to Billy G over at Kennedale Speedway Park probably about 2 months ago, over there to do some interviews for Race on Texas, hype up their first ever IMCA Southern Super Nationals. Really cool for them to get to host that at Kennedale. He was telling me that the number was actually GO, as in go, but they told him he couldn't have letters, so he just called it a 60.
That's right.
So I'm not sure if it's the same for Willie.
It is. Yeah, I've heard that story.
Well, just let them be go then.
Just go. Let's just go.
They want to go, let them go.
Let it go. Let it go. I think that's a song like from Frozen. Yeah. Isn't it? I have kids. Now, why you know that song, I don't know, my friend. Let it go.
So 1 lap down, we'll have 7 to go here in heat race 1 of 2 for the IMCA Modifieds. As we have 14 Modifieds tonight, we'll lock in 8. Hope to gain a few more tomorrow for their $2,000 to win a feature. As we got some pretty dang good ones here anyway.
Eric Tomlinson in a 45T. He won an outlaw race here earlier this year. Might have been last year. All strictly IMCA car, and he won it. And I talked to him and his pops, and they didn't change anything. They won it. So, I miss Sean Rock. How are you? Here we go. Green up on the top shelf, gonna let it rip the lip up on the top side. Followed by the 33, Large. Willie G gonna make the bottom. Oh, a little bump and grind. Oh, too much bumping and too much grinding.
BM3 gets Billy G.
Billy Miziel, if Willie G sees you, he's gonna kick your butt. See how that PG'd that down?
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't have PG'd that down under normal circumstances.
Billy Miziel the third, and we've already made that reference twice tonight.
Oh no, we're gonna make it a lot.
Oh yeah. If you aren't aware, you can go to the Facebook, as people call it, find the Infield Tractor Tire, and that is a page of dirt track-based memes that are created by Billy Miziel III.
So if you say the top side, followed by the 33, Large, Willie G gonna make the bottom. Oh, a little bump and grind. Oh, too much. See, okay, I can't do all that because I'll get it. I get arrested. Let's see here. T-I-T. Oh yeah, the Infield Tractor Tire.
Exactly.
Billy Miziel, you're a genius, my friend.
And we've lost a few cars as Willie G. William Gould exits the Speedway. We also lost Eric Tomlinson there as we're going back to the green with 6 laps remaining, as Kevin Green looks to completely leave the field on that restart. As Large and Guest go side by side for second down the back straightaway. Large going to extend just a bit ahead. So Green on the top, bringing the top side back.
Kevin Green used to race against his father, Keith Green.
Last time I was here, Keith Green won.
What was that, 82?
Along with Keith White.
What, were they racing wing modifieds back then?
Keith White won the wing modifieds. Keith Green won the modifieds.
Yeah. Welcome to 1982, buddy.
That was probably about 2017.
Yeah, I know. I'm old. God, I'm so old. Green way up top, just letting it rip right around the top shelf. Next year here at Heart of Texas Speedway, it will be a Tom Series rule package for the modifieds. The IMCA modifieds just didn't support like what we wanted them to, what we hoped they would. So next year we'll go Tom Series. It won't be every week. Look forward to having those there. Next week at Southern Oklahoma Speedway, we'll be at the Tom's Nationals. I'll be there working the receiver, AKA yelling at the drivers on the receiver. Green, top shelf, just dominating the field by lap. Straightaway. Here we go. Checkered flag for Green. Nice run, buddy.
So Green went to at the line photo finish. I believe it went to Guest. We'll check the live timing and scoring. And yes, Chad Guest will be scored as second. Carl Large Jr. is third by 0.059. And rounding out your top 4 is going to be Michael in the 4S. We're not going to attempt it again. I'll tap out on that name for the night.
We're just going to call him Mike.
Here comes IMCA Modified Heat Race number 2, as Jeff Needham's going to be on the pole in the number 99 machine here, as the Endel RV number 99 out of Ennis, Texas, to his outside. One of those Tom's guys you're just talking about, been flipping between a sprint car this year. That's Kevin Rutherford in the 9 out of Flower Mound, Texas.
Inside row number 2, the 420, the J.D. Baker. And the outside, that's David Good in the 7G.
Inside of row number 3, that's the 54T of Matthew Day out of Farmersville, Texas. To his outside, Raymond McSpadden in the 48R out of Buda, Texas.
And shotgun on the field, that's Papa. That is Wade Pistol Sr. in the 10 machine.
And he's missing an action.
He's not making it.
Great start for Weatherford as the 9 and the 99 wage war at the front of this one. And the 9's going to get the early race advantage. He's going to slide high, and here comes the 99.
Rutherford up on the top side, the 99 on the bottom side. We're going to work through 3 and 4. 99 of Needham on the bottom, and it's still going to be Rutherford by half of a fender. Rutherford still with the momentum up on the top shelf, leading him down the back straightaway. 9 of Rutherford, Needham on the bottom side.
So Joe, I've watched a few races here from Heart of Texas on Race on Texas on nights where Sabine, a more local track for me, didn't race. But I feel like it's a rarity for that 54T to be sitting in 5th right now.
54T. Yeah, Matthew Day has won a lot of races here, buddy. I've interviewed him a lot of times. Seems like maybe he's in his hot laps.
He does automatically make the feature.
Yes.
So it's all about the mind games at this point.
Yep.
Rutherford leads. Needham has second at the line. Dude gonna take third as Needham still has second. As we lost the 6th and final car of Baker. So 420 exits the Speedway.
David Good up on the top shelf, the 99 of Needham on the bottom side. But it's still going to be Rutherford, followed by Needham, followed by David Good, followed by 48 of Spadden, and the 54 of Day. Now, Needham on the bottom side under Rutherford. See if he can put a little slider on him. Not enough room, not enough momentum. Got a good run right there. 2 laps to go, 2 flags in the air for Rutherford. followed by Needham, Good, Expanding, Dave. Round out your top 5. They all go to the qualifier tonight. We'll take the top 8 into the A main tomorrow night. White flag is out for Rutherford in the 9 machine.
We slipped up just a little bit. Here comes Needham. One final effort. Here entering 3 and 4. Rutherford going to sail high again. Can Needham steal it? No, he can't. Rutherford wins it. Needham second. Third will go to Good at the line. Fourth is McSpadden. Fifth is Day.
Just too much momentum up on the top shelf for Rutherford. Skated up, as you said, pushed the nose a little bit, got up. A little free, a little too loose up on the top shelf, but it still had so much momentum, able to keep it going was Kevin Rutherford. Up next year, Southern Sport Mods. Heat race number 1 rolling out on the racetrack.
So we got 35 of these. There'll be 4 heat races tonight for the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Split them into 2 qualifiers, just like we are with the factory stocks.
And on the front row will be the 07G Walter Hamilton, and the outside the 153 of Robert Scribner.
Inside of row number 2 out of Houston, Texas, that's going to be, I think you set me up, it's giving me this one. Eric Kreisky.
Perfect.
To his outside, that's going to be Jeff Shepard in the 17 out of Waco.
Inside row number 3, the 31W of Tony Walton, and the outside the 23 of Joel Garcia.
Inside of row number 4 out of Maybank, Texas in the IRP race car, Muirhead Motorsports number 22, that's Gregory Muirhead, and his outside, that's Cody Smith in the 25S.
Inside row number 5, shotgun on the field, the 12K of Colton Keel. Cody Smith, winner in just about everything he races. It doesn't matter if it's a modified or a sport mod or an enduro. Cody Smith is always a contender. Muirhead in there as well. Oh, my goodness.
Hamilton slipped up from the bottom side of the speedway, went right across the nose of the 153 of Scribner.
Yeah.
And Hamilton is stopped on the top of turn number 2. That's not a safe scenario, so we're going to have to go under caution as we get the 07G back to the speedway. Walter Hamilton was one of the, I guess he still would be if we hop back in it. He's one of the best factory stock drivers in the country.
That's right.
And he's
used to be the 01, right?
He was the 1W.
The 1W.
It was
the
actually
1W.
on the speedway earlier today.
Yep. Yep.
As Walters made the jump to limited modified action, or excuse me, IMCA Southern Sport Mod. I told you.
Yeah, we call it limited mod. No.
Where I come from, they're limited.
Right.
Southern Sport Mods over here.
Southern Sport Mods. Scribner, who is multiple feature wins, took a little break.
So we're going to go for an original restart here in heat race number 1 in the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Looks like the 07G of Hamilton going to get his spot back as we go for an original restart. Really sharp race car there for the 07G, the express race car built by Shane Hebert, sponsored by Smiley's Racing Products there. Walter Hamilton, looks like the caution will be charged to him, and he will tag the tail as we go for an original restart. So, like I said, I announced at the Archeltech Speedway we had a $3,500 to win limited modified race last weekend, and Gregory Muirhead right there in the 22 was our top qualifier. Actually, it was 3rd after Friday night in passing points.
Muirhead brothers, always fun wherever they go.
Oh yeah, Gregory's been very impressive over at the Archeltech Speedway. You never know if he's in a limited or a modified. I actually had his sponsored listed on my modified sheet, so I screwed up his sponsors all the Friday night.
They might show up in a stock car or a factory stock. You never know what the 22 is going to be in.
When they throw money up, I mean, it was $5,000 to win for factory. I'm shocked he didn't have a ride.
Yeah. All right, lights will be
going
out. Lights are out. Here we go.
So Shepard's going to get the pole now as Hamilton sent to the rear. So Shepard and Scribner lead us back to the green flag here in the first of 4 heat races for the IMCA Southern Sport Mods as they nearly go 4 wide, and they're going to run out of space there on the exit of turn number 2. And will somehow stay green.
Gonna keep it clean and green, and when you put Shepherd out front, gonna be very difficult, but that is not the case right now. Shepherd, who won over at Kennedale Speedway, multiple times over at KSB, pulled him down, tore him down, still a winner. He won the Nationals a couple weeks ago, but right now out front, Scribner into 153. That kid.
Scribner was a full second faster than Shepherd that last lap by.
Got one dead.
This time he's faster, more than a second faster as the caution flag waves.
Colton Keel in the 12.
As the flag waves for Keel. Just for a point of reference, last time by, Scribner ran a 16.9, while Shepherd actually, his transponder is not picking up, excuse me, that I'm picking up the 17 of Eric. He was running an 18.1. So not quite as big a difference, I thought, from positions 1 and 2 there, as Shepherd's transponder not picking up here in heat race number 1.
Shepherd, I believe, won the Southern Nationals at Kennedale last week, right? Yep. Correct me if I'm wrong. Through the B main.
I'm trying to remember who had won it. I don't think it was Shepherd.
Had to run through the B main, I believe, and then started like 17th and then won it. Am I wrong? I drink a lot, so if I'm wrong, let me know.
I'm trying to remember. I know it's a name from down near this area that I know. I know he had quite a beat-up race car as well.
I'm pretty sure somebody will message us between you and I on Facebook and let us know who actually was that winner.
Sure, Aaron, the announcer over at Kennedale, is watching tonight, so he'll probably hit me up here in just a second.
Yeah. Big A!
I'm really kicking myself for
Where you at, Big A? Come on, buddy. Let us know. I know Shepherd won a few weeks ago.
I'm going to struggle with that one for a while. I know Rowdy Day was a very strong contender there, but he didn't quite pull it off. As we're going back to green group, Scribner and Shepherd lead us back to the green flag as here comes Muirhead. Here comes Gregory Muirhead. He's going to shoot for the 3rd spot ahead of the 31 of Walton, and now he's going to go to the top, see if he can chase down the top 2.
I'm probably going to have to go to my race pass and look that up right now. You keep announcing, I'll do research.
I know it's one of those, it's not, I guarantee it's not Shepherd, because I know it was a last name that I wasn't sure on how to pronounce. As Shepherd ends up in the infield, and he's going to lose 2 spots there to Muirhead and Smith. As Scribner has the race lead, here comes the Maybach Texan, number 22 of Gregory Muirhead, throwing it on the top in the Jason Ingalls built IRP race car, trying to chase down the 153, and he's closing quickly.
So I've got conflicting stuff coming across my messenger now saying that Jeff Shepherd's not out there right now. He's at his son's football game.
Well, then who the heck is that?
Well, who the hell's driving a 17? I don't know who's driving a 17. Don't look at me calling. I call it as I see it.
Were there not 2 17s on the Speedway? Is that our problem? As Muirhead comes to the inside of Scribner for the race lead. A little bit of door-to-door contact. He's going to take the race lead and lead us to the white as the 17 of Mystery Driver is going to spin in turn 3 and 4. Is that perhaps actually the race, the 17E of Eric? Insert last name pronunciation here.
Yeah, I give up.
I believe that actually is Eric, and his transponder is picking up. Maybe he bought that car from Shepherd, or maybe a backup car.
So this guy says that Shepherd came through the B main on Saturday because he didn't race on Friday to win at Kennedale.
Are we talking the Southern Super Nationals? Because I know they had a C main for that one. I think it would have been very difficult to show up on Friday to win.
I don't know. I'm so confused right now.
Dadgummit, Big A, where you at? We need you.
We need a professional. Because it's not us.
Again, I'm telling you, unless I'm mixing it up with the factory stock winner, but I know I was struggling. I wondered how to pronounce his last name.
Shepherd?
It was Marcus Mullencack, however you actually pronounce that. Malklacek.
Meklacek.
He won.
Meklacek. Yeah. No, not at Kennedale.
He won the Super Nationals. Unless he didn't pass Tech. I do remember seeing pictures of that car in Victory Lane.
Okay.
So we're going to go back to green with 2 to go here as Muirhead now has the race lead.
We'll actually start talking about this race instead of what happened at Kennedale a few weeks ago. Here we go.
It's a pretty good one right now. As Muirhead started 7th, and he's got the race lead now. Smith started 8th, and he's trying to take 2nd. So row number 4 really showing out here in heat race number 1 for the IMCA Sport Mods. Muirhead going to lead him to the line, and the 153 going to sail right in front of Smith and knock his whole bumper off. It ends up in the infield. Cody Smith will take the 2nd spot now, and he's going to chase after Greg down the back straightaway. Has a ton of momentum, but not quite enough. Muirhead's going to win it. Cody Smith is 2nd. 3rd will go to Scrivener. 4th is Walton. 5th will be Garcia.
Huh.
So now I need you to check me, but I'm pretty dang sure Marcus won that race.
I don't.
Like you said, we probably should focus more on the race we are actually talking about.
It's personal at this point. You announce, I'm going to research.
So here is heat race number 2 of the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. On the pole, that's Taylor Florio. He has the race lead, or he will start on the pole, excuse me. To his outside, Oliver Billingsley in the 00K. Inside of row number 2, it's going to be Tyler Muirhead in the 31. And at his outside, that is Trey Voton in the 329. Inside of row number 3, that's Don Painter in the 10D. To his outside, Mason D in the B14. Paul White, the sprint car legend, will start from the 4th spot, 4th row, I should say, the inside of the 4th row. That's the P1 of Paul White. To his outside, Brandon Gruen in the 12. And Matt Rust will start shotgun on the field in the 14. So I've figured it out now. Joe, we're talking about 2 different races.
Okay.
So Mac Lachek won the IMCA Southern Super Nationals, which I believe was $5,000 to win.
Where was that at?
That was at Kennedale as well. What you're talking about is a memorial race that Shepherd won. I can't remember the name of the memorial.
Yes. Their big season. Their
exactly.
Fall Classic, their Southern Challenge, whatever.
Won the Southern Super Nationals, which was probably about a month and a half ago.
Okay.
Or maybe about a month ago.
You know, if we can't,
2 giant wins. So
yeah.
We're combining them.
2 different races.
Taking credit away from some of them guys.
As
here we go, heat race number 2 going to get underway. As Florio going to get the early race advantage. Billingsley can't quite make the run to his outside. As we have one looping around, staying on the gas, that's the 3. Not sure what car that is actually, as I see a 3 on the car, not seeing a 3 on our list. Is that Trey Voton? That's Trey Voton, the 329.
Taylor Florio, Tay-Tay, we like to call her. If you look at the outside, it's a orange 21, and on the inside, it's a green 21. She likes to confuse everybody right there. Tay-Tay Florio, let's go, girlfriend.
Here we go as Day's going to shoot to the outside of Painter. That's Mason Day, the younger brother of Matthew.
Don Painter out of down south, down around Austin, races Cotton Bowl Speedway. Used to race with us, Texas Thunder Speedway, and down in Kyle in the asphalt. But now traveling around a little bit as a 10D. Tay-Tay Florio, followed by the 54 Mason Day, little brother. Down the back straightaway, we're going to get 5 down and 3 to go this time by. Taylor Florio working the bottom of the racetrack.
Now, like you said, a lot of drivers around this area have really adapted from asphalt to dirt. One of them, one of the best drivers in the pits tonight. As now, of course, I'm blanking on his name. He's driving the 54 stock car. As 2 laps to go this time for Florio, followed by Day.
Day now going to try to work underneath and try to diamond it down, but just doesn't have anything to work with Taylor. Taylor Florio driving a very consistent, very solid race right down around the tires. White flag is out, 1 to go for Taylor. Taylor with a very good potential starting position in the A qualifier. Again, we'll have 2 qualifiers. We'll take 4 from each one in tomorrow's A main for the big A. Taylor Florio down on the bottom side. Day, here we go, drag race.
We got him. Florio Wednesday is second. Third will go to Painter. Now to go back to what I was stumbling on, that I was talking about the 54. Now I lost it again.
Wait for it.
That's the 54M of Michael Dabney. He
Michael Dabney, yes.
He used to run Legends at the Houston Motorsports Park as well as Revolution Park. As I've been to quite a few asphalt races in mine as well. Never quite made it out to Kyle. But I've seen Dabney win a lot of races.
Yes.
When a gigantic hauler pulls in and unloads about 5 black and silver Legends.
Yeah.
And they all run.
What are Legends? They're the little cars, right?
They're like the dwarf cars, but not. They're the asphalt version of dwarf cars, essentially.
Okay.
Kind of a mix between mod lights and all of it. As at the line that last time, they were separated by 0.067 at the line as Florio edged out Mason Day.
All right, heat race number 3 out on the racetrack. The 148, Gregory on the pole, and the outside, the 45L of David Lackey. Inside row number 2, the 21 of Chris Florio, and the outside, the 54H, Roddy Hull. Inside row number 3, the 3 of Corbin Willett, and the outside, the 4G of Garrett Rawls. Inside, the old man, Sid the Kid Kiffin in the 58. Outside, Caden Petty in the 43. And the 090, Nathan Northcutt, shotgun on the field. Here we go down the back straightaway with the green flag.
Well, Garrett Gregory went and changed his number on me. Wasn't he a 77 back in the day?
I believe he was.
He used to run with Chris Brown and Kelly Schreier for a little bit.
Yep.
USMTS modified racing.
Yep. Not Scotty Brown, not downtown Scotty Brown, but Chris Brown, yes.
One of the promoters bringing back the 105 Speedway.
Yep.
Made a lot of really good improvements over there. And he's a pretty good race car driver as well.
He used to build modifieds, right?
As Gregory
Chris Brown did.
I believe so.
Yes.
As Gregory leads, followed by Chris Florio. Garrett Rawls has third. Fourth is Sid Kiffin, and Rowdy Hall rounding out your top 5 here. 3 laps down, 5 to go.
That guy in third position, Sid the Kid Kiffin, 102 years old. I promise you, he's 102.
Does he have a passenger?
He probably has somebody helping him drive because he can't see shit. I mean, stuff. Sid the Kid, running down the back straightaway, fall.
Now I need to know how old he actually is.
Hey, he's probably 60, 50.
Okay. Because like I said, last week at Arklatex, we ran 3,500 to win. A guy named Ingalls, I know you know that name. Ricky Ingalls is 65, and he won that race by 7 seconds.
Sid the Kid jumping up to the top shelf now, going to try to work the top side of Chris Florio. Chris Florio, the dad of Taylor Florio that raced earlier. Taylor Florio, the girlfriend of Dustin Mooney in the stock cars. It all mixes together, buddy. You got to follow it.
As there'll be 2 laps to go this time. White flag out for Garrett Gregory. That's a very sharp-looking race car there, Joe. I like those old ones that had a little bit more orange, but that still looks pretty dang good.
Yeah, it's pretty sharp.
And it'll look great on the front row of an A qualifier tonight as Gregory's going to win heat race number 3. Florio is second. Third will go to Kiffin. That will round out heat race number 3 of the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Well, we got one more heat on the night, and it's all A qualifiers from there.
Looks like I saw a tractor rolling out with the little track prep machine going on. So we're probably going to work the track just a little bit. Up front, heat race number 4, the 7MK, Kyle Wilkins, and the outside, Jonathan Beard in a 9 machine.
Inside of row number 2 out of Belton, Texas. That's going to be Jason Hubbard Sr. in the 77B. And to his outside, Michael Dabney was just talking about him, the 717 out of Kaufman.
Inside, this is your Rookie of the Year, Trevor Cogburn in the 601. Little Nasty, we call him. And the outside, Terry Pritchett in a 20 machine.
And the final row, that's going to be Trevor Egbert in the 78. And to his outside, Aaron Patterson in the 2.
We talked a little bit earlier about it. If your last name is Egbert, you got to be fast. So let's go T. See what happens from the last row. Y'all keep an eye on the 78.
I love the colors the Egberts throw around too, the orange and the green. It's hard to go wrong with orange and green on a race car. As here we go. Wilkins going to get the early race advantage as here comes the 717. He'll throw it to the top. Can't quite get around the 9 of Beard. So Wilkins
Beard going to skate up and push up out of the groove, and that's going to let the 4 get down underneath him, and that's Hubert Jr. in the 778.
What a run from the 717 of Dabney down the back straightaway using the top side of the Speedway. Wilkins may have company a lot quicker than he wants it.
Wilkins out front, doesn't have a clue anybody's coming, but watch out for the 717 of Dabney, letting it rip the lip up on the top side. Gonna let that right rear dig in, get a little side bite, and let's drive it off and let's go.
3 laps down, 5 laps to go as Dabney continues to work the top. Your race leader Wilkins works the bottom. Dabney tried to switch it up through 2 that time and it didn't gain him anything. As we have 1 car around, he'll stay going. That is the 9 of Jonathan Beard.
Beard getting around, but we're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it clean. We're going to keep it green. And now up on the top side, Dabney gets a little tight, pushes up out of the groove. That's going to give Wilkins a little bit of a cushion, a little bit of breathing room up front.
As Trevor Egbert now works his way up to 3rd as we got 1 spinning once again. Can't quite read the number on that car. I think it's Terry Pritchett in the 20. And yes, it was. And there's 2 laps to go this time for Wilkins. Looks like he's going to be able to hold off Dabney. As Dabney switched up his entry, Pritchett's going to exit the Speedway. And Dabney not getting as much momentum as he was before.
White flag will be coming out this time by for Wilkins, followed by Michael Dabney. Trevor Egbert from the last on the field up into that 3rd position. Egbert wishing we had a little bit of caution, wishing we could bunch him up a little bit. From last to first in the green to the checkered flag race. Checkered is out this time by for the 7MK, Kyle Wilkins.
So Wilkins wins it. Dabney is 2nd. Egbert's 3rd. Hubbard Sr. 4th. And Cogburn's going to steal 5th at the line away from Patterson. And that is the final heat race of the night. Like Joe said, looks like we're going to do a little bit of farming in the racetrack as we set up for the A qualifiers. I believe we have 9 of them coming your way.
A qualifiers coming up next. Don't forget, we got lots of hoodies. We got a lot of sweatshirts, a lot of fall classic gear down there. Get it now, get it while you can, because tomorrow all we got is all we got. And also along the way is cold drinks and hot food. So get you some of that. Take a few minutes, take a pause for the cause. We'll be back here shortly.
No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
It really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
It is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
Yes, great show coming up. Congratulations, all the race winners this weekend. No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
It really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
it is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
Yes, great show coming up. Congratulations, all the race winners this weekend. No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
It really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
It is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
yes, great show coming up. Congratulations, all the race winners this weekend. No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
It really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
it is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
yes, great show coming up. Congratulations, all the race winners this weekend.
All right, race fans, I got a question for you, Hardo, Texas race fans. Like I mentioned a little bit earlier, I announced for the Short Track Super Series Ollie's Bargain Outlet Cajun region. If you don't know what those are big block modifieds.
Turn the radio down. Turn the radio down.
Yeah, can you hear me at all? Okay.
Take the
All right, race fans. So I have a question here for the Hardo, Texas race fans. My name's Colin Bell. I've been up here with Mr. Joe tonight. And like we said earlier, I announced for the Short Track Super Series Ollie's Bargain Outlet Cajun region. And if you don't know what those are Northeast style big block modifieds that have come down to Louisiana and Texas to this point. Had a date scheduled in Arkansas. It got canceled. But I'm just curious of how many of you race fans would like to see big block modifieds here at the Heart of Texas Speedway next year? Anybody? It's a little bit of an obscure, different class. Last year we averaged about 13 cars per race, and this year we jumped up to 18 per race with a season high of 22. And race fans, there's nothing quite like a racetrack full of big block modifieds. Like I said, it's a little bit different. It's kind of a mix between the late models and the sprint cars. A little bit bigger than late models, but a little bit slower than the sprint cars. And had some fantastic racing there with that series this year. Like I said, had a few times where we had over 20 cars. We got to come a little bit closer to this area as we ran at Super Bowl Speedway, 105 Speedway, and Rocket Raceway Park. Those were our 3 Texas stops this year. And we're trying to branch out just a little bit more, so trying to get a little bit of a gauge of how interested you race fans would be, as we'd love to extend over here to the Heart of Texas Speedway, perhaps Cotton Bowl, Kennedale, and RPM, and Devil's Bowl if they are willing. Trying to expand just a little bit here with the Short Track Super Series Ollie's Bargain Outlet Cajun region. As you can see us in a few weeks in November, we'll have our Cajun Swing where all the best drivers in the country come from New York. Stuart Friesen, Matt Shepard, Billy Pouch Jr., Mike Maresca, and about probably 10 to 15 other of the best big block modified drivers in the country will come down. We'll race at Rocket Raceway Park on Tuesday and Wednesday, be at Arklatex Speedway on Thursday night, and then Friday and Saturday will be at Boot Hill Speedway, and the Saturday night finale. All of this is November 8th through the 12th for the record. November 12th at Boot Hill Speedway, it'll be a $20,000 to win big block modified race to cap off the 50th anniversary season at the Boot Hill Speedway this year. That will be the final race. $20,000 to win with some of the best drivers in the country at the Boot Hill Speedway to cap off the Cajun Swing. So that's a little bit about the big block modifieds. Again, we'd really love to be here next year, trying to expand as most of our cars based out of Louisiana. Have a few locals over here. Corey and Cody Kymig race with us. Dale Wester, he's from over near this area, as well as Keith White. He's won a race in our series before, along with the other White, John White Jr. So we got quite a few Texas guys. Thomas Holt, Richard Holt live in Atlanta, barely inside the state line. But quite a few Texas guys, so we're looking to branch over to this area and see if we can perhaps bring big block modifieds to Heart of Texas Speedway for the first time in history. All right, race fans, I got a few Heart of Texas hats here. I'm going to sit right by the flag stand. I got a free hat to the first person that can come and tell me the names of the 3 Abbey brothers who are competing in the IMCA stock cars tonight. I need you to actually come up here.
What? Name all the Abbey brothers?
Yes, all 3 of them.
Abbey, Weston Abbey, Jeffrey Abbey.
All right. What color do you want?
Blue.
Blue? Take the blue. Yeah. Weston's one of them. Jeffrey. There's one more. Might be the fastest one of them. Might hurt the other two's feelings saying that. I don't know. We'll see later. It's pink and blue. Yep. It's a 26. Uh-huh. That's Dean Abbey. There you go. Which one you want? Yeah. There we go. So it is Jeffrey, Dean, and Weston. We take a quick look at the My Race Pass lineup, see how they got shaken out into the qualifiers tonight. It'll be really fun to watch all 3 of them in the same one, but I doubt we're that lucky. Qualifier number 1 for the IMCA stock cars features Dean and Weston on the front row, so that could get pretty interesting. And let's see, gotta assume Jeffrey and Blake Clark will be side by side on row number 1 of qualifier number 2 for the IMCA stock cars. We got some very good races coming up here shortly, as we'll have 3 qualifiers for the factory stocks. They'll go first. That'll have Nate Dixon and Cody Boatwright on the pole of the first one. Second one will get Cameron Cook and Dalton Faulkner side by side. And the third and final will feature Dylan Kidwell and Michael Bowles on the front row. All right, race fans, once again, the official hoodie of the 25th Annual Fall Classic. They are available directly under the grandstands, $30 each, and they're running out of the sizes. So go make sure you get your official event apparel, the 25th Annual Fall Classic here at the Heart of Texas Speedway. If you don't go now, you just might miss out on your size. Directly under the grandstands right now, $30 each. We also have t-shirts down there, $20 each. Again, we are running out of sizes. Make sure you go get yours before they run out of your size. All right, race fans. So the wireless mic has died, so I'm a little bit stranded up here up top. We have some shirts to give away. Have 5 shirts available. 3 are 2X. 1 is XL and 1 is large. Drivers who can come tell me who drives the number 12 Sport Mod. Number 12 IMCA Sport Mod. We have 3 2Xs available, 1 XL and 1 large. Yep. We got large, XL, 2X. Okay. There we go. All right, we got 3 2Xs left and 1 large. Can come and tell me who drives the number 12 IMCA Sport Mod. You got to come up here. I'm stranded. The wireless mic died. What size would you like?
What size you got?
Large and 2X. Okay. Yep. 2X is all we got left.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, we got 2 more available. I need you to come up here and tell me who drives the number 12 IMCA Sport Mod. 2 2X shirts available. And we are out of shirts. That was the 12 of Brandon Gearin. We ran out, buddy. So thank you to Brandon Gearin. He gave us 5 shirts to give out there. So be sure to cheer extra hard for the 12 in the IMCA Sport Mods later tonight. Race fans, if you're watching on Race On Texas, we thank you so much for joining us here, enjoying the action of the 25th Annual Fall Classic here at the heart of Texas Speedway. You can find me on Facebook at Colin Bell-Dirt Track Announcer. Feel free to send me a message if you're watching on Race On Texas. Try to get you a few shout-outs here during our intermission as we're working the track back in, getting set for our 9A qualifiers to set up the top 8 from each division for $2,000 to win tomorrow. $2,000 to win every division here. All 5 divisions racing tonight will all compete for $2,000 to win tomorrow. So if you win an A qualifier tonight, you will start on the pole of a $2,000 to win race tomorrow. That holds for the classes running 1 or 2 A qualifiers, and one's running 3 gets a little bit more complicated than that. But once again, feel free to message me on Facebook if you are enjoying the action here from the heart of Texas Speedway. And we'll be back in just a short moment once we get the track worked back in. I believe we're going to keep the same running order, so the A qualifier number 1 for the factory stocks should be the first one up. So here we go. Race cars on the track as we're going to get the track packed in, ready for the first A qualifier for the factory stocks. As we are running 3 A qualifiers for them, so not exactly sure how the math will work in on locking in 8. Guess we're going to have to lock in 9 and take the top 3 from 3 different A qualifiers. But your lineup's going to look like this. On the pole out of Ennis, Texas, multiple-time winner this year. In the Insulin Chassis, the Parker Lee Project sponsored number 10. That's Nate Dixon. And to his outside, out of Ardmore, Oklahoma, regular at the Southern Oklahoma Speedway, it's the 22K of Cody Boatwright.
Inside row number 2, that's our local favorite, James Schoenrock. Where's Schoenrock fans at? Outside the 15K, Kevin Batterby.
Inside of row number 3 out of Hewitt, Texas, it's the 111 of Eddie Gramala. And to his outside out of Wells, Texas, it's the 28 of Colin Hodges.
Inside row number 4, the 55R, Rusty Head. And the outside, the X, Gage Fuller.
Inside of row number 5, out of Round Rock, Texas, the 4D, that's Brian Mulher. To his outside, out of Belton, Texas, that's the 17M of Christopher Mercer.
Inside row number 6, the 33T of Cade Conder. And on the outside, the 1ST, the first, Kevin Smith.
Inside of row number 7 in a former Billy Davis car, that's the 914 Edward Cox out of Gatesville, Texas. And to his outside, the former Walter Hamilton car, that's Mark Fox in the 1W out of Joshua, Texas.
Shotgun on the field, the 00M, Bobby McCool. And that will round out our top 15 of our first qualifier. Top 3 will make it to the A main. We're going to roll in the track. They have worked the track. They have cut the track. They have watered the track. So we're going to roll it in. Going to probably give them a few laps, and we're going to turn it loose for a few hot laps. I would only guess, Colin. So We'll see what happens there.
So we got 45 factory stocks tonight, so we're going to split them into 3 different A qualifiers, 15 each. And the top 3 will advance. We're going to edit the format just a little bit and then lock in 9 factory stocks from tonight instead of the original scheduled 8. And so, like we were saying a little bit earlier, glad to have Race On Texas here as a
lot of sponsors making this all happen, but Chris David at Race On Texas, from the very beginning of the year and even previous years, always making it happen. So go to Race On Texas, pick Heart of Texas Speedway as your home track. $39.99. What do they call that? The All Access, I believe they call it now, right?
Yes.
Colin, you work for Race On Texas.
It is the All Access. It used to be the Speed Pass. I messed that up in an interview not too long ago. But yeah, we have a lot of different camera angles tonight. Thankful to have Marcus behind the wheel, or behind the camera, I should say. And we got Anthony Fetters controlling the broadcast.
Tony Fetters?
Oh, yeah.
I remember that kid when he was just out of diapers.
I was about to throw a little shot at him. You know, Christopher Mercer's from Belton.
Yeah.
The home of UMHB. I guess we'll forgive.
Mary Hardin Baylor.
We'll forgive Anthony for that. I beat him last year for what it's worth.
My sister went to Mary Hardin Baylor.
I was coaching for East Texas Baptist, and we gave them one of their few losses of the year.
Yeah.
So,
my brother-in-law,
Tony.
my brother-in-law John Collin went to UMHB. Ended up now he's a offensive coach at Georgetown, head coach. So.
Is that Georgetown College or high school?
No, high school.
Okay,
yeah.
I was actually going to ask because I really don't know if Georgetown University has football.
I don't think they have a. Is there a Georgetown?
Georgetown University is coached by Patrick Ewing.
Oh, okay.
They're one of the best basketball programs in the country.
Yeah,
I don't think they have football. If they do, they must suck because I've never heard of them.
No, my brother-in-law John Collin, who went from UMHB to Bastrop, and now he started way down and worked his way up, and now he's an offensive coordinator at Georgetown High School. So it's a tough gig, working your way up.
Oh yeah,
through that stuff. So still out rolling the track in. She's showing rock out there.
Coaching is absolutely a full-time job. I thought I was done for the year, and then here I am here.
No, I've learned through my brother-in-law, those guys, they put in way more hours than anybody would think about.
Oh, yeah. Regular season's about to start, and I'm about to know every single thing about every opponent we're going to play and each individual player.
They pretty much live in a locker room, so.
You can find out a lot behind a computer screen watching film.
Yeah.
So working in the track just a bit more. We're going to go 15 laps on each of these A qualifiers. Try to get through these and get to the finale night tomorrow night. We're going to have 3 of the factory stock A qualifiers. We'll have 2 for the IMCA stock cars, 2 for the IMCA Southern Sport mods, 2 for
I hate to interrupt
Outlaw
you right
Streets.
now. I'm going to interrupt you right now. I hate to interrupt you.
Sounds good.
The West Trojans defeated Grandview 38-21.
I can pretend to know what that means, but I have no idea.
That makes 2 of us, my friend. But Sammy says the Trojans defeated the Zebras 38-21. It's important. I promise you. So.
Did you say the Zebras? That's like the best high school name ever.
Trojans, the Zebras.
Normally the Trojan rides the zebra. Did the Zebras win?
No, the Trojans defeated the Zebras.
Ah, bummer.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. Miss Schoenrock, how are you?
Trojans beat, it was a Dallas team last week. Maypearl. They beat Maypearl 89-0 last week.
Oh, wow.
That wasn't very nice.
A few hot laps now. We're going to give the green flag. We're going to let them run. Let's roll it in now. All right. Slow it down. Whoa it down.
Well, doesn't look like too many people are watching on Race on Texas, but I know Jeff Hammond is.
Jeff Hammond.
Yep.
He has a brother or something, right?
Jeff and Greg, yes.
Oh, yeah, old Gregory. Yeah.
They had a really scary RV crash last week headed to the Cajun Classic. Thank God they were okay, and Jeff actually made a pretty dang good weekend out of it. He struggled on Friday with a mechanical issue, and then was able to bounce back. Drove his way, I believe he finished 9th or 10th in the big day.
Yeah, he got up there. I did see that, so.
The old Buffalo Bandit.
The Buffalo Bandit. Sounds like something from Wyoming. The Buffalo Bandit. Coming out of the plains, the Buffalo Bandit. Schoenrock down on the front straightaway, stops, wants to talk. Hey, do you know a lot about the factory stocks?
I wouldn't say a lot. I can see pretty much the side of anyone from like Dallas to Ruston and tell you who drives it, but I can't tell you nothing about how it works.
So what do you think about the whole, they're going to run KK704s or a G60 next year? Get away from the slicks. What's your thought?
Personally, I would love to see something like we see here and at Rocket. I would love to see the stock cars emerge over in the Louisiana area to where we have the option for the richer guys to run the stock cars and the guys who don't want to admit that they're as rich as they are, because everyone's rich if they're racing, to stay and run factory stocks. So if you want to spend more money on a tire and potentially have better racing, I don't know if it's going to make it better or not, but if you want to spend more money on a tire, we can run iStocks or USRA stock cars, or you can stay in the factory. I think there are plenty of that style of car and drivers over there to maintain both of those classes.
All right, lights are out down the back straightaway. It's going to be the 10 and 8 Dixon and a 22K boat ride up on the outside. The top 3 will transfer. They'll move on to tomorrow's A main for the Fall Classic. Here we go.
Green flag waves as Dixon and Boatwright go side by side through turn 22. Dixon gets the advantage down the back straightaway as Schoenrock has the third and final spot right now.
Dixon lets it skate up in front of Boatwright. Boatwright gives him a little bit of room, but now we're down front straightaway. It's going to be Dixon followed by Boatwright. Schoenrock up on the top shelf. The 110 down on the bottom side, trying to make it by. That's going to be Cameron Cook. Eddie Grumella, my apologies, Cameron Cook.
That's not a big body.
No. I just saw the 111, buddy. I'm sorry.
Not even the right color. Oh, it's the same colors as the eye stock. I got you.
I know. I'm sorry.
I was wondering where that eye stock is. I want to see Cameron race that sucker. But Dixon leads, followed by Boatwright and Showing Rock, still your top three. As we got 3 laps down, 12 to go here in a qualifier number 1 for the factory stocks.
Showing Rock has been fast here all year long. Had some bad luck. Just always at the wrong place at the wrong time. Let's see if we can get him straight into the A main tonight. The 37 of Showing Rock. But up top will be the Nate Dixon in the 10 machine, followed by the 22K of Cody Boatwright.
So most of the cars riding the top side of the Speedway as we just rework the track. I think we're going to need to get a few cars down to the bottom before we see that lane emerge. But right now they all seem content to work on the top side of the Speedway. And they're going to show them halfway to go, and it does appear we've cut these to 12 laps of distance instead of the original schedule for 15, as they're showing them halfway with 6 to go here.
Maybe they're confused.
I'm all for it. These guys are staying green. Let's get it going.
Let's get started.
Those two are clearly checking out on the field. They're ready to punch their ticket. Dixon's looking at a front row starting spot for a $2,000 to win race tomorrow night. But here comes Boatwright. Boatwright going to dive towards the inside. Dixon still has the momentum. 5 to go this time.
Dixon out front. Dixon out front, followed by Boatwright. Showing Rock. Batterby now. Batterby trying to get by Showing Rock. Watch that position. That's for your 3rd and your 4th position. And that is your transfer spot. Showing Rock in the middle of the racetrack.
So the top 2 are going to have to deal with slower traffic here. Not sure if that traffic will get caught by the 3rd and 4th place cars. But as the laps wind down, Dixon and Boatwright going to try to negotiate it as well as they can. Dixon will get a huge advantage as Boatwright can't get around the 33 team. That's Cade Conder, and that might just hand this one to Dixon.
Dixon now still out front. Going to try to work by the lap traffic. The lappers in the way. Now Boatwright now following suit behind with a white flag in the air. It's still going to be Nate Dixon, followed by Boatwright. Showing Rock now in the 3rd position. 11 down, 1 to go. In your A qualifier number 1, top 3 transfer to tomorrow night's Big A.
So I shouldn't have said gifted, as he absolutely earned it, nominating all 12 laps. Nate Dixon wins A qualifier number 1. Cody Boatwright is 2nd. And 3rd will go to James Showing Rock. Those will be your 3 advancing cars. They've locked in to the $2,000 to win 45th annual Fall Classic tomorrow night here at Hardo, Texas.
A qualifier goes green to checkered.
Can we do that for everyone?
Can we do that every time?
9 more to go.
It's factory stocks at that. Come on, Bombers. Good job, guys. A.
Another guy watching, John Burnett. Thanks for watching on Race on Texas tonight. As we're going to get set for qualifier number 2, and this one's going to be fun.
Qualifier to number 2 out front on the front row. The 04, Cameron Cook. I had him in the last race.
Big body.
He wasn't there. And on the outside, the 27, Dalton Faulkner.
Well, he wasn't there that time, and he's still not here. Not seeing the 04.
Yeah.
Anyway, row number 2 on the inside. That's going to be James Hoffman Jr. out of Lorena, Texas, and the 110 to his outside. The Powers race car number R12. It's Flying Ryan Powers.
Inside row number 3, the 5 of Brett Arden, and the outside, the 54K of Melvin Kemp.
Inside of row number 4, out of Grand Prairie, Texas, in the 55, that's Ryan Turnipseed, and to his outside. In the Sotex Motorsports Joel Ball Trucking number 66, it's Johnny Torres out of San Antonio, Texas.
The only Hispanic guy I know that I speak more Spanish than he does, Torres. I promise you that. I've had that conversation. Inside row number 5, the 28M Junior McCall, and the outside, the 48 Mike Land.
Inside of row number 6 out of Belton, Texas, another shot at old boy Tony. The 62, that's Jacob Pruitt. And his outside, the 25 of Michael Granat.
Inside row number 7, the 18M of James Mercer, and the outside, the 92 of Elliott Black.
Final car on the Speedway at a Copperossus Cove.
Coppers
Texas.
Cove.
Coppers.
Coppers.
Trying to be fancy.
Coppers.
Coppers.
Cove.
Coppers Cove. 33. Kurt Ellis. Final car on the Speedway. 92 is going to line up behind him right now, but we'll get them sorted out. 15 cars, going to go 12 laps, and we'll lock in the top 3.
By the way, this beer I'm drinking, Brandy, Johnny Torres' wife, brought it to me. Thanks, Brandy, for this beer.
So Cameron Cook will set us ablaze here in A qualifier number 2 to his outside, the driver that won just about everything last year. I had an interview with him earlier, mentioned it. It's on Race on Texas's Facebook page. Struggled a little bit this year. He's still fast like always. But Dalton Faulkner trying to park his home-built race car DAF chassis named Roxy.
Come on, Roxy.
For the 25th annual Fall Classic here at Arno Texas Speedway. Here we go, Cook and Faulkner.
Cook with the big booty. Judy, let's go with that big body car. Cook gonna let it rotate right on the bottom side, drift it up a little bit, but Faulkner with the momentum down the back straightaway. It's gonna be Faulkner up on the top shelf. Faulkner gonna work it and rotate it right down the back straightaway and into the front straightaway. It's gonna be Faulkner followed by Cook, followed by Ryan Powers.
So Faulkner leads. Cook is second, side by side between Kemp and Powers as Torres works his way into the top 5 spot. The top 5 is absolutely star-studded. Only 3 of them can lock in.
Excellent race up front. It's going to be Faulkner, followed by Cook, followed by Powers. Melvin Kemp Jr. and Torres will round out the top 5. Side by side down the back straight will be Melvin Kemp and Ryan Powers. Kemp on the bottom side, Powers up on the top shelf. Here comes
Johnny.
Torres. I was thinking, I was like, do I want to call him Johnny? Do I want to call him Torres? I want to call him the guy that doesn't speak Spanish.
You got to go with the classic, here's Johnny.
Yeah, here's Johnny.
As Faulkner is checking out on him right now, trying to book his way to an outside pole starting spot tomorrow night as we lose one towards the infield. I believe that's James Mercer Jr., and we're staying green. Faulkner leads, 5 down, 7 to go.
It's still going to be Dalton Faulkner out front. Cook. Melvin Kemp trying to work the bottom side underneath Ryan Powers. Here comes Kemp down on the bottom shelf. Going to try to work it out. Try to let it work and rotate right around the tires. Let it skip up and slide up. And it is going to be Kemp in that 3rd position. Kemp going to work the bottom of the tires. Cook up on the top side. It's going to be Faulkner, Cook, Kemp, Torres, Powers now in your top 5.
The racing's getting very active for the 2nd through the 5th spot, as once again we're only taking 3 of these guys to the A, and Dalton's pretty much already checked himself one of those spots. So only 2 of those 4 that are battling can advance, as Johnny's going to move into the 4th spot, trying to chase down Melvin Kemp in the 3rd spot.
Torres in that 4th position, knows he will start tomorrow in the last chance qualifier and on the front row if he can't do anything else, but he is going to try to follow along Kemp. But it's going to be Cook, Kemp, Torres, Powers in your top 4. Now, Kemp underneath Cook, going to get that 2nd position now this time by. We got 9 down. We're going to have 2 to go next time by.
So 2 to go this time for Faulkner as Kemp slides ahead of Cook. Cook going to give him the bumper. He wants to go faster. Lap traffic right in front of him. Johnny smells blood in the water. The opportunity is there. Powers closing also. 2 laps to go. Kemp has 2nd. Cook is 3rd. Here comes Torres on the inside. He's going to wash up.
Torres tries to make it rotate. Just won't stick on the bottom. Not enough side bite for the 66 of Torres. Torres now going to work it up. White flag is out. It is still going to be Kemp, Cook, Torres, and Powers for your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position.
Man, Faulkner is gone.
Faulkner's in a different time zone.
5.8 seconds ahead that time, and I'm sure it's going to be at least 6 seconds as he's going to take the win. Here they come. Kemp's going to grab 2nd. 3rd will go to Cook at the line. 4th goes to Torres. 5th will be Powers.
You were wrong, my friend. It was 6.4 seconds, not 6.
He's just too dang fast.
He's too dang fast. What a race.
Man.
Amazing race.
Let's look at it. The best lap was only a 10th faster than Kim's best lap, but the consistency clearly showed. Faulkner was completely on a different level there.
Yeah. Out front, but the race for second, third, and fourth was amazing right there between Melvin Kemp, Cook, and Torres. I feel that Torres was probably holding back a little bit, waiting for somebody to make a mistake and for him to kind of
that was my next
pounce
point.
for that.
For those guys to race that hard and barely touch each other,
yes,
is pretty awesome. It shows
especially in a bomber.
As well.
All right.
I think they get offended when you call them that.
They do get offended, and I love it. They send me hate mail, and I don't care. Bombers. All right, Bombers. Qualifier number 3 rolling out on the track. The 494 of Dylan Kidwell, and the outside the 40 of Michael Bowles.
Inside of row number 2, it's going to be Tyler Varnesdale in the 99T, and his outside Dustin Mooney in the 5M out of 40.
Inside row number 3, the 01 of John DeGrove, and the outside, that's Mr. Paul White, big brother, in the 56.
Inside of row number 4, out of Midlothian, Texas, that's the 8 of Taylor Rawlinson, and his outside, that's going to be the Alvarado Texan, the 32M of Corey Bassinger.
Inside row number 5, the 88 of Corey Teckel, and the outside, the 8Z of Zach Arden.
Starting way further behind than we expected him to start tonight. The inside of row number 6, out of Mansfield, Texas, that's Tommy Williams in the 151K, and his outside, Josh Cox in the 75 out of Gatesville.
Inside row number 7, the 52 of Billy Neighbors, and the outside, the 20 of Mackenzie Vandiver. Thank you.
Starting shotgun, it looks like there may have been a problem after the heat race because he won his heat. He's going to start at the tail. That is the 91 of Jared Maupin. So we'll get to see the 91 try to carve through this one.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say watch the 91 and watch the 151K.
Well, the 91's got to pass a car per lap if he wants to transfer.
Yep. And the 151K of Tommy Williams, always fast. So let's see what happens.
Very much so. And we are live on RaceOnTexas.com. Welcome to all you watching on Facebook Live here at the heart of Texas Speedway. We're going green for A qualifier 3 of the factory stocks.
Bomber stocks. Send all hate mail to Big Mike at MikeMcCarthy.com or FactoryStock.com. There we go.
Mooney just got pinched out of that scenario as he goes 3rd to 7th real quick, and here comes Paul White, the sprint car guy in the factory stock, and he's still pretty dang good in that.
He's pretty good. I saw him texting Jared's Hall back in the pits earlier. He's kicking all you young kids' butts. Let's go, Paul White in the 56.
I heard Paul's supposed to be racing at Devil's Bowl next weekend with those wingless 410s, the Extreme Outlaw Series. They'll be racing 2 nights at Devil's Bowl next weekend. Wingless 410 sprint cars. I've never seen those before. But I'm sure Paul's going to do a dang good job against the best guys in the country. As he holds the 3rd and final transfer right now behind Bowles and Kidwell. As the 01 goes around, that's Grove in that goldish to orange car. Not quite sure what color to identify that one as. And the caution flag will wave, the first caution flag of the A qualifiers. We almost got through all of them without yellow.
We almost made it all right. Good job, Bombers. Y'all did it. Again, send all hate mail to James Lopez at KennedaleSpeedway.com. The cool thing about having a job is that you just send it somewhere else. It doesn't matter. What a race up front.
We got another special shout out watching on Race on Texas. Zoe Burnett, the daughter of John Burnett, is watching tonight. Said she helped him pack the track here one time. But we are live on Race on Texas Facebook right now. People getting a free live look in here at the heart of Texas Speedway from the 25th annual Fall Classic, night 1 of 2. These are A qualifiers. This is the 3rd A qualifier for the factory stocks. The top 3 will be locked into tomorrow's $2,000 to win finale. We was about to go way up.
You're just about to pay that extra money there, weren't you, buddy?
Hammett would have showed up then.
No. Hey, don't.
Jeff would have been here for 20 grand.
Well, Joe Spillman would have been out there for 20 grand. I would have been terrible, but I would have been out there. Tommy Williams looked like he worked his way up a little bit. Let's see where he's at now. Started deep in the pack in the 151. Paul White.
They're going to be selling t-shirts and hoodies for another 30 minutes.
By the way, t-shirts, hoodies, 30 more minutes. 30 more minutes for t-shirts and hoodies, 20 and 30 bucks. Here we go.
Look at Paul White navigate the bottom side of 3 and 4 right there. He is meticulously carving everybody else pretty much on the top, except for Tommy Williams as he's trying to follow White. Williams and White seem to have something figured out.
Paul White, car loose enough, it'll rotate right around the bottom of the tires. You can actually see a little moisture down there on the bottom side. Paul White.
And there goes
Jerry Moppin off the pace, yes. White now down on the bottom shelf, trying to make it rotate right around the tires. Nobody else is down here, as you said earlier, Colin. Paul White down on the bottom side. It's going to be Michael Bowles up on the top shelf. Here comes White down the back straightaway. 4 laps down, coming to 5 of 12. Paul White, big brother, we like to call him, down on the bottom shelf, and this will be Paul White's leader this time.
White takes the lead. He'll relegate the 40 of Bowles to the second position. Kidwell still has third as Tommy Williams lost some ground there out of turn number 2 down the back straightaway as he's trying to fight his way into a locked-in transfer spot. Halfway down this time. As Martisdale's low right in front of him, they narrowly avoid him. He'll pull off the Speedway.
Make the hard right off the Speedway into the pits. Track exit is clear. We're going to stay clean and green. The 56 Paul White working his way up. Working for that front row outside pole of tomorrow's A main. Paul White in the 56 machine.
If you caught it right there, Joe, the 40 of Bowles trying to get defensive, and now it's going to cost him second as he dove in behind White trying to fall to the inside line. And now Kidwell uses the outside momentum. Can't quite get second yet, but he's got the momentum on the top. And this is just what Tommy Williams wants. He wants them to battle for second and third so he can close in and try to snag that final spot. As they're going to have 3 to go this time, Williams has to make up ground quickly.
A lot of room right there. About a half a straightaway Tommy Williams has to make up. That front hood is not helping him out any. You need a spoiler on the backside, buddy, not on the front side. Paul White in the 56 machine going to work the bottom right around the tires. Going to become two flags in the air. 2 to go this time by for Paul White in the 56.
Kidwell takes second away from Bowles, and Bowles goes from leading this one to on the bubble in just a few laps. Here comes Tommy Williams. Going to come to the white flag this time, and the 151 is right there on the back bumper of the 40. Only one of them can go to the A tomorrow. Only one can be locked in, I should say.
The 151, Tommy Williams trying everything he can, just not enough drive off. He can get him on the entry, but he just doesn't have enough through the middle and off. And checker flag is out for the 56, Paul White, Kidwell, Bowles.
Bowles stole second there.
Yeah, Paul White, Bowles, Kidwell, top 3 there will be moving in. That's qualifier number 3 in your Bombers.
So that will conclude all the racing action for the factory stocks tonight.
The what stocks?
We got 9 locked in.
Come on, call it Bombers one time for me, dude.
I can't do it, Joe.
Come on, buddy, one time. What are they going to do, fire you? Call them the Bombers. Come on, one time.
Hobby stock.
The hobby stock.
That's the closest I'll get.
Okay, I'll take the hobbies.
The money pit.
The money pit.
And it's time for what may be the most intriguing race of the night. It's pretty dang interesting to me to have a pair of Abbeys on the front row of this one. IMCA Stock Car Qualifier number 1.
You know, it's my favorite class. When we say IMCA Stock Cars, you got to take a drink because this is my favorite class. Up front on the front row, the 26. Dino, that's Dean Abbey. And the outside, Weston. That's little brother Weston Abbey in the 12 machine.
Just wish all 3 Abbeys could be in the same one. But unfortunately, we're sitting here. Chris Gallen will start third in the 81 machine, and to his outside, P.J. Egbert in the 187.
Inside row number 3, the 75 of Wesley Warren. In the outside, last week's winner at Cotton Bowl Speedway, the 107, Tim Carmen.
Inside of row number 4 out of Waco, Texas, the 20T, that's Thomas Hall. And his outside, the 116 out of Burleson, that is Damon Hammond.
Inside row number 5, the C3 of Chris Birmingham, and the outside, the 21 of Alan Essenberg.
Inside of row number 6, that is going to be the 63 of Andy Roller out of Waco, Texas, and his outside, Jeff Whitehead in the 98 out of Sealy, Texas.
Inside row number 7, the 13G, David Good, in the outside, that's Stephenville starter 07D, Dennis Bissonette.
And the final car scheduled is Michael Ty. He made heavy contact with the wall earlier, and it doesn't look like he's going to make it out for the qualifier. Scheduled to go 15 laps here for A qualifier number 1 of the IMCA stock cars.
14 cars, top 4 into tomorrow's Big A, and here we go.
It's the Abbey brothers. It's Dean and Weston going to get us started. They told me it was the first time all 3 Abbeys have raced against each other in multiple years. So Dean's going to work the bottom. Here comes Weston to the outside, side by side down the back straightaway.
Weston Abbey with all the momentum up on the top shelf. Going to let it rip and the lip up on the top shelf. Let that right rear dig into the cushion, but it's going to be Dino this time in the 26 and the 12 at Weston on the top side.
You got to know they're having fun racing wheel to wheel, and here comes Weston back to his outside. Will Weston dive to the bottom and take his line away? No, he won't, not yet. The top seems to be the preferred line in 1 and 2, and Dean working the bottom, and 3 and 4 is better.
Dean's going to bury that right front into the track, going to bury the right front, let it rotate, drive off the right front, and ride it on the bottom side. Going to let it drift up in front of Weston. Now Weston's going to follow suit.
Misses the bottom. Here comes Weston to the bottom. Dean messes up, and here comes Weston. He's ready to pounce. Weston Abbey has the lead. Dean is second. Chris Allen in third. PJ Egbert has the 4th and final transfer right now with Damon Hammond all over his back bumper.
Dino now back out front. Weston let him get by him, and now it's going to be Dean, followed by Weston, followed by the 81 of Gallion, and then the 187 of PJ Egbert. Still going to be Dean Abbey by 2 cars down the back straightaway. Dean going to woe it down and slow it down through the rotate through the bottom. Everybody on the bottom of the racetrack now. It's going to be Dean up on the top side of 1 and 2 and on the bottom side of 3 and 4. It's going to be Dean down the back straightaway. Weston following suit, followed by Gallion and followed by PJ Egbert. Pizzo.
Here comes Egbert as Gallen opened up the door just a minute. And he's going to close it back just as quickly as it opened. He'll hold the 3rd spot as Egbert's going to push. Here comes Hammond.
PJ got a little bit tight through the middle in the bottom of 1 and 2. Pushes up, and that's going to open a door for Hammond. Hammond going to give it a little bump and run now on the bottom side. But it's still going to be Pizzo. PJ Egbert down on the bottom shelf. Here comes down the back straightaway. It's still going to be Dean Abbey, followed by Weston, followed by Gallion, followed by PJ Egbert. And here comes Damon Hammond.
As we got 8 laps down, 7 to go if we go the original schedule, 15. As Weston was giving the bumper to Dean there just a little bit, telling him, it's time to pick it up, bro.
Hey, buddy, let's go.
Said, I don't want to do it to you, but I wouldn't hesitate. So Dean leads, followed by Weston. Chris Gallen still has the 3rd spot, and the 4th and final transfer still held by Egbert as Hammond and Warren try to find their way into that one.
Warren now jumping way up on the top shelf, trying something different. Somewhere where nobody else is going is what Warren is doing in that 75 machine.
As that's actually Birmingham riding out your top 5 as his transponder not picking up. He's working towards the back bumper of Egbert as the white flag waves. Looks like we're going 12 laps for all of these. So the white flag waves. Dean's going to lead Weston one more time down the back straightaway. Weston's going to close in, but he's not going to have enough. Dean Abbey wins A qualifier number 1 in the IMCA stock cars. Weston Abbey is second.
Dean Abbey, Weston Abbey, followed by the 180. The 81 of Chris Gallion and the 187 of PJ Egbert will round out the top 4. Good, hard racing all the way through the field right there. Once again, we go clean, green to checkered in your A qualifier number 1 for your IMCA stock cars. Stock car qualifier number 2 rolling out on the track now. Up front, the other Abby. You ever heard of Jeffrey?
I think so.
Has he ever driven anything, a truck or anything?
I mean, he's sponsored by Race on Texas. So.
Jeffrey Abbey on the pole, and the outside to 88 of Blake Clark.
Inside of row number 3, row number 2, starting from the 3rd spot, former asphalt ace in the legend cars. That's Michael Dabney in the 54M, and his outside out of Burleson, Texas. It's the 416 of Chase Neal.
Inside row number 3, that's the 9 of Jason the Acrobat, and the outside to 489 of Anthony Otkin.
Inside of row number 4, that's Dustin Mooney in the 68, if I remember correctly. And his outside will be the 114 of Thomas Hall Jr.
Inside row number 5, the 17X Bryce Burton, and the outside the 25J Gregory Muirhead.
Inside of row number 6, that's going to be the 555 of Rich Shields, and his outside, Ryan Ellison, 14.
Inside row number 7, that's John Friedrich in the 17, and the outside flying Ryan Powers in the P74.
And the final row on the inside, that's going to be Lance Hansen Jr. in the 5H, and there's outside a new arrival. That is Jimmy Helona Hetherington. So y'all keep an eye out. Dustin Mooney, a points champion. Lots and lots of feature wins here. Dustin Mooney in the 21. Jason Batt, obviously lots and lots of wins everywhere across the nation. Dabney, Abby, Clark, Neal, Otkin from the old Texas Thunder days. This could be a feature race any night, anywhere. Y'all keep an eye up front. It's going to be fun. Well, back to it. Not anywhere, because we don't run these cars yet, but I hope we do soon.
Well, anywhere they run these cars, son. I mean, my friend.
I would love to see these at Arclitech Speedway. The land of the 3 wide has called it for a reason.
I've never been to Arclitech. Is it like Southern Oklahoma? Kind of wide.
I've actually never been to Southern Oklahoma. I've watched races.
You know what? Come next week with me.
I've driven past.
What do you got next week?
Probably gonna go to Devil's Bowl. I don't know. We'll see.
I'll be at Southern Oklahoma next week for the Tom's Nationals.
So a little bit further for me. I think probably about 4.5 hours.
We're gonna start 3 wide, 10 deep. We're gonna start 33 of them, or 11 deep.
Pretty fun.
Here we go. Your stock car qualifier number 2. Abby, Blake Clark, Dabney, Jason Batt on the bottom side. Here's what Jason Batt does. 3 wide down the back straightaway. Batt making it 3 wide. He is going to rotate it right around tires. He always has his car free enough, and here we go. Still going to be Abby, followed by Blake Clark, Jason Batt. That'll round out your top 3 down the back straightaway. You can see the track taking a little bit of rubber, getting a little bit of grip. Watch the left front of Blake Clark's. Pulling the left front. Gonna have a little bit of rubber there for it to dive into. Abby now jumping to the top side where nobody else is. Let's see if that works out well or how that works out, Cotton.
That's one thing that I love about these IMCA stock cars. They're basically a modified with a stock car body. So they can lift up that left front, excuse me. The right front would be bad. But I actually saw in IMCA Speedway a few years back where Cameron Cook got that left front up so much, that he completely flipped his car at Kennedale just off traction.
Flipped it by himself. Jason Batt now working on the top shelf right around Blake Clark. Blake Clark still working the bottom side. Jason Batt up on the top side. Jason now going to dive into the bottom of 3 and 4. Right underneath, going to give a little bump and run, a little bump, and here we go. It's still going to be Abby way out front. Blake Clark down on the bottom side, and Jason Batt following suit.
Michael Dabney holds up 4th and final spot right now as he's feeling the pressure from Neal and Hall. That's now the 189 of Oltkin. Now works his way up as Neal gets loose right in front of him, and Powers narrowly avoids it. Oltkin is collected and Hall has to slow. And that'll be the first caution of A qualifier number 2 here at the Heart of Texas Speedway for the IMCA stock cars.
We're going to let them restack and repack, and that's going to let Blake Clark, he's going to get to pick high or low, top or bottom. I'm going to guess he's going to go to the bottom. Jason Batt will put him on the outside. See if Jason Batt notoriously likes the bottom side. He doesn't jump up top very often. Let's see if he can power around on the top shelf. Slow it down a little bit, Put a little front braking into it, Jason Batten. Let it roll around the top side. Let's see what happens right now. You can see Jason working the top side under caution, trying to figure out if there's anything to work with up there. So it's going to be Abby out front, Blake Clark on the bottom, Bat on the top side, 54M on the inside, and Thomas Hall on the outside.
Let me ask you just a little bit here, Joe. What do you know about Stealth Oil that sponsors the 88 of Blake Clark right there?
I don't know about a lot about Stealth Oil.
Okay, so when I announced the twin USRA stock car features over at Rocket, dang near every car was sponsored by Stealth. If I recall correctly, Leslie Gill owns that company.
Do they sponsor announcers?
I don't think so.
We should have them sponsor announcers.
I'm giving them some good, some good stuff here.
Yeah.
But they sponsored both the Williams cars, Shelby Williams, Gary Williams, Leslie's own car. They sponsor Blake. They sponsored dang near about 10 cars in the 36-car field. So he's doing a lot for the USRA stock cars as well as the IMCA stock cars.
And racing in general.
Exactly.
You know what? Anybody that's putting money into racing, I don't care what class it is, good on you.
He went all the way to the IMCA Nationals and had Cameron Starry drive his stock car up there.
Cameron Starry.
As the battle for the fourth and final spot intensifies once again as Powers goes around. Flying Ryan Powers. And just as we go 3 wide for the transfer, the P74 looks content to stay in the bottom of turn 2, and the caution will wave. Well, dang it. 3 wide for fourth.
Cameron Starry won last week at Kennedale. Or was it Kennedale?
He's pretty good. Modified or factory stock?
No, he was in a factory stock.
Okay.
No, he was at Cotton Bowl. Last week he won.
Yeah.
So we were at Chili Bowl 3 or 4 years ago, and we rented a house, and Cameron and his dad stayed with us. This kid was like 15 years old. Super respectful, yes sir, no sir. And just, you knew this kid was going to be good. And here he is. He won a big show at Cotton Bowl last week in the factory stock.
Wow. That's not good. The 37 of Jeffrey Abbey stopping. Looks like the front suspension's got a little bit more.
Left front looks down.
He's always got a little bit of a dip in that sucker, but it looks a little bit more than normal.
Hopefully he's just saying, hey, there's some debris on the track.
Yeah.
Y'all go pick that up.
So, like you said, with some young racers having a ton of respect, here's one for you. You know Kenny Gaddis?
I don't.
He drives a 2G modified. He typically runs with the American Racer Modified Series. He's out of Diana, Texas.
Okay.
His daughter just started racing front-wheel drive 4 cylinders, Madison, and she has no idea I'm saying this. She may not love all the shout-out. But
hello,
anyway,
Madison.
Madison, she said something to me one day and called me yes, sir, and actually looked it up on Facebook the other day. She's older than me. So made me a little bit feel a little bit old and ancient out there.
Uh-oh.
Maybe it's just how many times I've walked through the pits.
We just got a hate mail from Jerry Dixon. Because I call it the bomber.
Oh, and Jeff.
You know what, Jerry Dixon? I apologize. I would almost give you your money back, but since you said the FU word, I won't. But it was all fun and games till somebody got hurt. So, Jerry, I apologize to you. I apologize to Chris David. Colin, you had nothing to do with it. It's all me. Jerry Dixon, you take this way too serious, buddy. This is racing, and this is a fun deal. So, if you want your money back, you know what? Just unsubscribe and go do something else somewhere else, because that's great. Yeah, it's Bombers. It's Bombers from here on out, buddy. That's all I'm calling
Jeffrey Abbey is going off on the hook. The race leader will end up in the infield, and he's definitely going to have to put on a show tomorrow night, as that is not the way you wanted to see the 35.
You don't want to see the 37 being pulled off with on the hook. So.
I gotta assume it's more than a flat tire if he's needing the hook to get him to the infield.
No, something broke on the left front because that left front was way down.
Yeah, he was definitely the
ball
class
joint,
of the field.
or
He was 3/10 faster
Yeah.
than Blake Clark, who's now the race leader. Won't hurt Blake's feelings though. He's going to try to check out and start on the outside pole tomorrow night.
Hey, by the way, Jeff Hammett just sent me a text. I hurt his feelings. If I had $1 for every feeling I hurt, that happens.
So that will give the 88 of Blake Clark the race lead. Jason Batt will ride in the second spot. Third is Michael Dabney, and that will put Chase Neal up into the fourth and final transfer right now, as we got 5 down, 7 to go here in A main number 2, a qualifier number 2, I should say, for the IMCA stock cars. So once again, Joe, it's really an honor to be up here with you at the heart of Texas Speedway. Was not expected to announce in any way tonight. I was just doing some pit interviews for Race on Texas, and now you done made this the 11th track I've announced at this year.
Well,
so
congratulations. That's amazing.
Caution light still out. We'll go back one more time around.
One more this time
We
around.
can say a few bit more, just a little bit more nonsense. As for those who've listened to me before at Arcletex, I'm typically a little bit more on it than today. I was not expected to announce. Don't really have any of these guys sponsors except for the guys that come over to Louisiana. But there's lots of really great companies that help these guys get out here, as well as all these sponsors right here in the infield that help the heart of Texas Speedway, as well as the back straightaway. As they're putting on an absolutely great show here at the Fall Classic, the 25th annual. $2,000 to win for every division tomorrow night.
Here we go. Blake Clark. Jason Batt work his way up into that second position, down on the bottom side. See if he can rotate that car and get under him. But Blake Clark has so much drive off, there's nothing for Jason Batt.
Ooh, this one's going to get fun, Joe. As here comes Muirhead, here comes Dabney, as well as Hall, and the 21 of Mooney.
Mooney now up on the top side. We've seen Mooney many times go where nobody else has all year long between here and Kennedale and Cotton Bowl. He goes where nobody else is, and that's how Mooney makes it work. And now he's up on the top shelf.
They were dang near 4 wide down the front straightaway there, Joe. As they go 3 wide there. Dabney now fades as Hall's going to take the third and final spot. Mooney's on his outside as Muirhead, Hansen, and Dabney go 3 wide for the 5th through 7th positions.
Keep an eye on the 21 of Mooney. Mooney up on the top shelf, going to let the right rear dig into the berm. Going to drive by Hall now up on the top shelf. You keep an eye on Mooney in the 21. He will be up in that top 2 or 3, I promise you. Here we go down the front straightaway. It's going to be Blake Clark, followed by Jason Batt, and then it's going to be Thomas Hall and Mooney.
Clark trying to hold off Batt. Batt seems to have the faster car as Clark keeps messing up just a little bit. Sliding just off the bottom enough for Batt to make a run. But Batt hasn't been able to make the pass just yet. As we're going to have 1 lap to go this time by. Will Batt steal it from Clark?
Batt is a smart enough racer, though. He's not going to put himself in harm's way. He knows the top 4 all transfer into tomorrow's A-main. He's not going to wreck them both. He'll ride in second way before he wrecks them both. It's going to be Blake Clark, followed by Jason Batt, Thomas Hall, and now Mooney up on the top shelf. Let's see who gets that third position. Here we go, checker flag.
So Clark's going to win it. Second will go to Batt. Third is Thomas Hall Jr. And fourth will be Dustin Mooney. Those 4 will lock into tomorrow's A-main. And Michael Dabney will start on the front row of a last chance qualifier tomorrow. Gregory Muirhead finishes 6th. 7th is Lance Hansen Jr. 8th is Flying Ryan Powers. 9th, Bryce Burden. And 10th, Anthony Oltkin. That will do it for the action of the IMCA stock cars tonight. As Dean Abbey and Blake Clark win your 2A qualifiers. They'll start on the front row tomorrow for $2,000.
So, I don't know the answer to this. do they start tomorrow the way they finished tonight, or is there a redraw or a frisbee throw or a skip through the Lou My Darling? Or
I feel like I should know that, but I don't know the answer.
I don't know the answer either. That's why I asked the question.
I think we need KR's bull for him to bull ride.
They all ride the bull.
Yeah. Maybe
All
just
right.
do an old frisbee redraw, but
The old street stocks. Outlaw street stocks. Up front, qualifier number 1. The 1B, that's the Hood Rat, Brandon Hood. And the outside, the 4 in the Ryan Hopkins. Inside, row number 2, the 116 Damon Hammond. And the outside, the 93 of Tracy Condaff. Inside, row number 3, the 13 Jerry Friedrich. And the outside, the 225 of Jeff Williams. Inside, row number 4, the 0M of Dylan Cates. And the outside, the 1 of Danny Sikora. Inside, row number 5, Joe Garcia and a 2. And the outside, the 84 of Robert Shepard. Inside, row number 6, the 32 of Joe Williams. And the outside, the C4 of Cody Parrish. Inside, row number 7, the 892 of Josh Whitehead. And the outside, the 5-7 of Taylor Fuller. Shotgun on the field, the 09 of Gerald Johnson. Top 4 move into tomorrow's Big A main in the Fall Classic here at Heart of Texas Speedway.
So scheduled for 15, we only have 11 out there. I know Glass is not out there, as well as Fuller. And missing a few others, Johnson as well. As we're gonna go green here in A qualifier number 1 for the Outlaw Street Stocks, led by Hood and Hopkins. Hammond rides in 3rd. Cundiff has the 4th and final transfer as they go 3 wide for 5th through 7th. Gonna try to make it work on the inside. Garcia is on the very bottom, pushing those 2 cars up as the 225 nearly ends up in the wall on the front straightaway. As Garcia able to pull off the bottom of the top move there on the front straightaway. Normally doesn't quite work out, but somehow it did. And Cundiff loses it right in front of Garcia. Tracy Cundiff gets in a bit too hot there in turns 3 and 4, and he loops it around. And he's going to collect Joe Garcia there in the 2 machine, and those 2 will go to the tail straight away. As Garcia able to pull off the bottom of the top move there on the front straightaway. Normally doesn't quite work out, but somehow it did. And Cundiff loses it right in front of Garcia. So looks like we're gonna have 1 scored and 11 to go as Brandon Hood has the race lead in the 1B. 2nd is Ryan Hopkins. 3rd is Damon Hammond, and Tracy Cundiff had the 4th and final transfer. Now it's gonna be Jeff Williams sitting there in the 225 unless the 2 of Garcia gets his spot back, as he was collected in Cundiff's mistake there. So they may give the 2 of Garcia his 4th and final transfer spot back. But we'll have to see what the official word is from the scorers. And it looks like he will be sent to the tail for stopping there under that yellow flag condition. So Garcia and Cundiff sent to the tail here with 1 lap down, 11 to go.
So I'm going to go out on a limb and probably going to upset somebody.
Oh dear. I'm out of it. Colin Bell is not involved.
So I want to, we'll say Colin Bell's not involved. The leader is Brandon Hood. You know why he's the leader? Because he wants to be the first to the buffet or the fajita line or the burgers. That guy eats a lot. He's fat. He's really fat. Okay, send all hate mail to to Colin Bell because he's fat. Oh, I can say that, Tony. Come on. Brandon Hood's fat.
I don't work for y'all. I don't work for y'all.
Here we go. You get more hay melt over factory socks?
As the original not the original restart, excuse me, the restart involves contact between the 32 of Joe Williams and that is the 84 Robert Shepard. Shepard's going to bring out the caution as cars trying to get woed up there in turn 3. Nearly had. As the original restart,
we do. That's the, what time is it? That's the 11:30 Express. Everybody way to the 11:30 Express headed southbound. Actually, we want to give a little shout out right now to Jerry Dixon. Yeah, that's the guy right here. Jerry Dixon, we want to thank you for watching Race on Texas and supporting everything we do at the racetracks. And right now we have not the bombers on the racetrack, the street stocks.
So we're going to get no more laps complete than we had. We'll have 11 to go again here in the Outlaw Street Stocks as we're going to go for another restart here. 1 lap down, 11 to go.
Every time I call him a bomber, I get hate mail. I love it. All right, here we go. Street stocks. Chris, David, Sisk, 1 flag in the air. That means we're going to go green next time by.
So here we go. Hood going to lead back to green. 11 laps to go here in A qualifier number 1 for the Outlaw Street Stocks. As a part of night number 1 of the 25th annual Fall Classic here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Hood's going to lead us back to green, and he's already got a very large advantage by the time they get to the flag stand.
He's probably cheating. Brandon Hood always cheats. That's tongue-in-cheek for all of y'all at home, by the way.
And we got two that get collided there at the rear. They're going to be able to stay green, and we keep going. Going to be interesting to see if the 93 of Cundiff can work his way back through the field. He was in 4th, and now he's riding 8th. See if he can work his way back into the top 4. As right now, Hood is just gone. Hood has left. Hopkins is 2nd. 3rd is Hammond. Excuse me, 2nd is Hammond. 3rd is Hopkins. 4th is Williams. And Garcia rides in the 5th spot. Laps down, 8 laps to go.
Damon Hammond, Wild Child chassis working right around the bottom of the race, the tires. Ryan Hopkins in Wade White's backup car, now going to go through the middle of the racetrack, going to try to see if he can close that gap. Just he can get him getting in. Caution. Why?
Lose one over the top of 3 and 4 perhaps?
No, we see. Must be something in the track. Must be debris.
Not sure.
Jason Batt pulling off the racetrack.
Right there before the caution, Hood had worked his way up to a 3.3 second advantage in a 3-lap run. As we have a car up.
Oh, they're way up there on the top side.
On the top of turn 2. It's like he made contact with the wall up there.
Brandon Hood Your leader. Always fast, no matter what he drives, whether it's a stock car, a sport mod, or modified. Street stock is
Outlaw street stock.
outlaw street stock at that.
Dylan Glass somehow got out there. He wasn't there when we started.
Jeez. How'd I miss that?
Not sure if he's on the lead lap or not. Yeah, it says he's 1 lap down. I guess he was just a smidge too late.
Yeah. Just need a few laps, guys.
He used to drive late models. I don't know if he still does.
Yeah.
I think he's pretty dang good on iRacing as well. I know during those pandemic races they were putting on, he was pretty dang good. So we got 4 down and 8 to go once we go back to the green flag, as Joe Garcia going to be assisted off the speedway by the Hardo Texas Speedway Record Group. As Garcia was riding in the 5th spot when whatever we missed happened up there in turn number 2. And that's a black car with a green number. We weren't able to see it up there the way it was sitting, as that's why we were looking for the caution flag. No paramedics on site, so we're going to hope that Joe is okay, as his car is going to be assisted back to the pits. As the battle for the 4th and final transfer is about to get interesting, as Williams now has 4th. Joe Williams will be in 5th. So Jeff Williams and Joe Williams, I'm not sure if there's a relation there.
I don't think so.
Friedrich and Cundiff both sitting 1 row behind as well. As there's 8 laps, and definitely have the racetrack to make something happen right now, as they were just 3 wide right before that caution. So once again, like I was saying, Cundiff was riding in the 3rd spot when he spun, trying to see if he can work his way back up there in the 93. As I'm pretty sure he won every Texas stock race they had all year at the Lone Star Speedway this year in Kilgore, Texas. I see it on the side now.
Brandon Hood in the 1B.
And we're going back to the green flag. 8 laps to go. Hood with another great restart. As Hammond rides in 2nd, Hopkins has 3rd, Williams in the 4th and final spot.
Hopkins, normally a factory stock driver, driving the backup street stock for Wade White. Bomber driver up on the top shelf, going to work it down the back straightaway. Can't close on Damon Hammond. Going to close it in out on the middle of the racetrack.
Hood almost left us there.
Hood almost just went to the back drink. There's a pond over there, you know. I landed in it once. Here we go, Brandon Hood down the back straightaway with a straightaway lead over Hammond, followed by Hopkins. Hopkins now rotating it through the middle of the racetrack. 8 laps down in this 12-lap qualifier.
Hood is 8/10ths quicker than the 2nd place car.
Yeah, he's in a different time zone.
He just ran a 16.9, and let's see, Hammond runs a 17.6. No, 17.8, excuse me, 9/10ths quicker that time. And he has a 3.6-second advantage, as no one has anything for the 1B here in qualifier A. As Williams gets loose, that's going to give Cundiff the 5th spot. We'll see if he can get 1 more spot with 2 laps to go. Laps to go for Hood. Hammond still has 2nd, 3rd is Hopkins, and the 4th and final spot belongs to Williams right now.
White flag for Brandon Hood. Solid straightaway and a half over the rest of the field. Damon Hammond on the bottom side. Bomber driver Hopkins trying to follow suit but just can't make it. Gonna be Brandon Hood followed by Damon Hammond. Ryan Hopkins. Williams will round out your top 4, and then Joe Williams.
Man, he's fast. The 1B of Hood wins that one by 6.5 seconds in an 8-lap dash. Joe, again, I've never raced, but I feel like it's got to be a little bit mentally challenging, at least for Hammond. He runs second. He'll start third tomorrow. But to know you're a full second slower per lap than the guy who's going to start on the pole.
And just think, you know, they're going to run, say, a 20-lap race. Their lap time is 16. You're going to be a lap down even if you ran second.
If they both keep the same
If they keep that same pace,
Yep.
You're going to be lapped before you finish the race.
So here comes a qualifier number 2 for the Outlaw Street Stocks. As on the pole is going to be Benji Kirkpatrick in the 13. To his outside, that's Trey Votaw in the 716. Inside of row number 2 is going to be Cody Daniel in the 76S. To his outside, Wade White in 68. Inside of row 3, that's Mark Gruen in the 42, and his outside, Mike Landon, 48. Alex Bates in 14X, Charles Melvin in the 714, Joe Morales in 07JD, Billy Chitty in the 19, Mary Gaston in the 8, Randy Weatherburn in 12R, Larry Phelan in 31, and Joe Fuller in the 95. We are green in a qualifier number 2 for the Outlaw Street Stocks.
Banging Benji Kirkpatrick way out front in the 47-25, followed by the 716 of Troy Votal. Wade White working on the bottom side. Still going to be Benji Kirkpatrick. Wade White now going to get up underneath Votal, going to push him out of the way a little bit, a little rough. And it's going to be Kirkpatrick, Wade White, Votal, Cody Daniel for your top 4.
Aaron sits in the 5th spot. 6th is Landon. 7th is Bates. As those 7 have distanced themselves away from the rest of the field, they'll try to settle the top 4 amongst themselves. As the caution flag waves, as the 19 is going to pull to the infield. That's Billy Chitty in the Camaro number 7. This is number 19, excuse me.
That's who?
Billy Chitty.
Oh, you said Chitty.
Yes.
I misunderstood you. I'm really sorry.
Am I pronouncing that incorrectly?
No, I think it's right. I just heard it wrong. I was like, that's kind of rude. You can't say that on. I guess you can right now, so.
How about the 12R with the throwback Wrangler scheme, the Dale Earnhardt scheme?
The old, yes.
Old praise Dale. Digging like Dale.
Digging like Dale. That looks like Chase Allen's late model. Didn't he have a late model a couple of years ago? It looks just like that.
Yeah, his modified looks a little bit better in my opinion with that Bang Energy.
Yeah.
Just saw.
Chase Allen, by the way, just texted me and said, "Hey Joe, just call them Bombers all night long. I don't care." He said he'll be here tomorrow night.
Okay.
But digging like Dale in the 12.
Found out yesterday he's going to be added into the new World of Outlaws sprint car video game. They're adding in the UMP modifieds, and he's got his beautiful 130 Bang Energy scheme in there.
Wow.
Said he hit the wall 3 times in the commercial.
That's the biggest idiot I know, by the way. You know, I only talk crap about people I know and I like, right?
Yeah.
Chase Allen and Brandon. Here we go.
Chase is pretty cool. He won a race I announced this year over at Orthotex. Here we go. Kirkpatrick's got the race lead nearly 3 wide per second there. As Wade White going to take the 2nd spot away from Trey Votaw.
Let it skate up in front of Votaw. Votaw has to lift a little bit. Here comes Votaw now going to chase him down, get up on the top shelf. It's going to be out front, Benji Kirkpatrick, Wade White, Votaw, Cody Daniel now. It will be your top 4. Cody Daniel now working the bottom shelf. Everybody else up on the top side.
That battle for the fourth and final spot is getting interesting. Daniel has it, but he's right through the middle. The middle's a line. Not many cars have bridged on this evening. As Gearin in the 42 and Bates in the 14X trying to close in. As the fourth and final transfer spot belongs to the 76S. That's Cody Daniel in that highlighter and blue. Most recognizable car on the track. As there's 6 laps down, 6 laps to go here in A qualifier number 2 for the Outlaw Street Stocks.
Little debris up on the top shelf coming out of 2, but it was just plastic. We're going to keep it clean and green. It's going to be Benji Kirkpatrick, followed by Wade White, Trey Votaw, and Cody Daniel in the 76S. Superman down on the bottom side, trying to let it skate up, trying to close that gap to Votaw. Just not enough to make it work. That new body on the 76S. 8 laps down, 4 laps to go this time.
So Gearin and Bates going at it for 5th. Those 2 cars fighting each other, and it may be costing them ground that Daniel's being able to make up as he's extending himself away from those 2. Gearin's going to sail high. Here comes Bates to his inside. Side by side out of 4. Gearin still has 5th at the line.
Good race for that 5th and that 6th position. That will get them started on a front row tomorrow in the last chance qualifiers. 2 laps to go this time by is going to be Banging Benji Kirkpatrick out front, Wade White, Votaw, Cody Daniel. White flag in the air this time by.
Coming out of 4, taking an A-main number 2 for this Outlaw Street Stocks. It's the 13 of Benji Kirkpatrick. Second will go to the 68 of Wade White. Third is Votaw. And the more than final advancing for Cody Daniel. Those 4 will lock into the $2,000 to win A-main tomorrow night as a part of the 25th annual Fall Classic here at the heart of Texas Speedway.
Up next, your Tom's Outlaw Modified Series. A qualifier. Top 8.
Yep. 14 cars will lock in 8.
Up front on the front row, the 5 of Kevin Green, and the outside, the 9 of Kevin Rutherford.
Inside row number 2 out of Waxahachie, Texas, it's going to be the 19C of Chad Guest, and his outside, the 7G of David Good Jr.
Inside row number 3, the 33C of Carl Large, and the outside, the 48R, Raymond McSpadden.
Inside of row number 4, out of Ennis, Texas, that's the 4S of a Michael. Don't help me out, Joe. You not know it either?
The 4S.
Yeah. Outside of him, it's going to be Matthew Day in the 54T.
Inside row number 5, the 45T of Eric Tomlinson, and the outside, the 420 J.D. Baker.
Inside of row number 6, out of Correa, Oklahoma, that's going to be William Gould into his outside. Out of Buda, Texas, it's Wade Pistol Jr. in the 10.
Inside row number 7, that's Papa. That is Wade Pistol Sr. in the 44. And the outside, Jeff Needham in the 99. Keep an eye on the 60. I don't care who you are. Keep an eye on the 60. Keep an eye on the 99 coming from the backside.
So as this is the only A qualifier for the modifieds, we'll have to see if they give them a full 15 laps, but it does look like it's going to be 12 as Reynolds a bit later tonight than probably expected. The track work has really brought this track alive as here we go, Green and Rutherford in the IMCA modifieds.
Kevin Green down on the bottom side with a very good start. Green gonna drive it off the backside. Pulls the field by about 8 car lengths. Kevin Green now going to let it drift up into the middle of the racetrack. Going to drive it down the front straightaway. It's going to be Green, Rutherford, the 19 at Guest will be your top 3. 3 wide, 4 wide now down the back straightaway.
Action all over the racetrack as the IMCA Modifieds a weekly stable here at the heart of Texas Speedway. Got a few getting collided as they try to squeeze to the outside of McSpat. As they nearly go 3 wide with Guest. Now they're 3 wide with the 33 of Large. And they're all over the racetrack.
33 at Large on the inside, 48 are McSpat on in the middle, and Day on the outside. It's going to be Day this time by, and that's going to be for your 5th position. It's going to be Kevin Green, Rutherford, 7 of David Good Jr., followed by the 19 of Chad Guest.
Tomlinson's worked his way from 9th to 4th already as Rutherford's starting to reel in Green just a little bit out front.
Tomlinson working the bottom of the racetrack, letting it rotate. Caution out. We got 2 around on the backside.
That's going to be Pistols Jr.
Got the 420 J.D. Baker and Pistol facing the wrong way. Okay. So Mike Marusek says the 4S is pronounced Schwaylock.
That's much easier than it looks.
It's a lot easier. Why don't they just spell it that way? Thank you, Mike. We appreciate that because me and Colin are completely lost.
I like it much better than
Schwaylock.
Schwaylock.
It's like, I feel when I say his name, he should be hunting like tigers in a ice.
Yeah.
Something.
Now I need Mike Marshak to tell us the origin of name there. I feel like it's got to be Russian or Bulgarian or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that.
He should be.
So
yes.
Apologies that we couldn't quite get your name right there, Michael, but I think you got to understand it a little bit.
Yes. Schwaylock. Thanks, Marshak.
Marshak.
We'll just call him Mike.
Yeah.
There you go.
He came over to Arcletex one time last year, and I asked him that about how to pronounce his name, and he had told me no other announcer had ever asked him that.
They just butchered my name all my life.
I'd heard Marusak, Marchak,
yep.
Marsha, all of it.
Yep.
And we're going back to Green. Kevin Green going to lead us back to the Green.
Back to Green, Kevin Green. Perfect. Go ahead.
So Green's got the advantage and a great restart that time from Good Jr. as well as Tomlinson as they're going to split the 9 of Rutherford as he's pushed back to the 4th spot. And now here comes Day and Rutherford continues to slide. Green's got the race lead. Tomlinson working the inside as Good has 2nd, Tomlinson's 3rd, Rutherford is 4th. Day has 5th in the line. As Pistol has problems again at 4th, he's going to pull to the infield. That's going to conclude his racing action for tonight.
Going to be Kevin Green working through the middle and the top side of the racetrack, followed by David Good. With the 45 Kia, Eric Tomlinson. The 9 of Rutherford. Here comes Raymond McSpadden on the bottom side. Rutherford back into the rhythm, keeping it going now, not falling back like he was. But here comes Kevin Green now up on the top side, ripping the very top of 3 and 4 and the very bottom of 1 and 2.
Good was faster than Green that time by 2/10. So see if the 7 can reel in the 5 machine. It looks like Green might be getting a little bit too loose entering. Might be costing himself a little bit of ground there, but we'll see this time by. And he gains those 2/10 back. Good old announcer's curse to ruin a nice race.
You know, all you got to do is say, man, Billy is really doing well, and then Billy wrecks. So let's not curse anybody.
Well, you just use the name that's in the race, so now he's cursed.
Oh, by the way, it's Mershek.
Czech Republic.
Yeah.
Like it.
Thanks, Mike. All right, back to the modified racing. We have 5 to go. 10 down, 5 to go this time by. For Kevin Green in a 5 machine. Kevin Green, his whole family has been a dominating factor here throughout the years at Heart of Texas.
And there's a lapper right in front of him. He's going to have to adjust his line, and that may open it up. doesn't look like it will. As here comes Tomlinson. He takes second away from good. Rutherford and McSpadden in a battle for 4th and 5th. Day has 6th. Gould is 7th. And your 8th and final transfer right now is Needham.
Tomlinson working the bottom of the racetrack all the way up now to the second position. Closing that gap on Kevin Green. Probably not enough laps left in this race.
I don't know.
Working the bottom of the racetrack where nobody else really is all the way around. Tomlinson into 45T. We got a caution out. Maybe? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, okay,
There's enough laps left now.
Restack and repack.
I got a feeling Tomlinson's going to choose the bottom.
Yeah.
As we're going to have 2 to go when we go back to green. See if Tomlinson can steal away the pole, or perhaps he wants to start on the outside pole tomorrow night.
Nobody, well, I shouldn't say nobody cares at this point, but you just want to win, right? So, outside pole, inside pole, and yeah. Just don't wreck everybody. That's all they care about.
So is Chase Allen going to be racing tomorrow, or is he just
He said he'll be here earlier. He said he'll be here tomorrow.
Did he say he's bringing a race car?
Well, I mean,
because if he is, it's a better show. If he's not, it's just a bummer.
I'll be there tomorrow night and hail you out to the Bombers. That's what Chase Allen said. and his grandma's sick, so prayers to the family and prayers to the Chase Allen family.
So Chase was telling me at Rocket Raceway Park during the Brian Mize Memorial, he's going to have a brand new Buc-ee's paint scheme coming out soon, and I wonder if he's going to debut that tomorrow.
Who knows? Oh, GW Egbert says...
Have some beaver nuggets on the
Beaver nuggets. GW Egbert says, hell yeah to the Bombers. Thanks, GW. Where you at, buddy?
Lights are going to go out and going for a 2-lap dash. Green, Tomlinson, and Good.
Green, white, checkered.
And Green's going to slip up. But not quite. He holds it off just enough.
Good up on the top shelf. Good. Through the middle of the racetrack, going to take the lead.
Green got in a bit too hot, tried to get on the brakes, and it was too late.
Yes.
He's going to steal it. White flag waves 3 wide per second. Here comes Willie G on the top side.
Y'all know it's not 10,000 to win right now, right? What a race.
And he's going to win it. The 7 of Good Jr. At the line, Tomlinson takes second. Green's third, Day is fourth. William Gould rounds out fifth. The 8th and final transfer spot goes to Needham. Rutherford is 6th, Guest is 7th. And what a show.
What a race.
I mean, there may only be 14 of them, but they just put on a dang good race.
I've always said you don't need 20 or 30 cars. You need 4 good ones.
Exactly.
And that's what we had right there.
About 10 good ones there, putting on a good show.
Green bobbled just a little bit. Good got up on the top side or in the middle of the racetrack where nobody else was and got around them. And then it was like a really good race behind them.
That's going to set up a really interesting lineup tomorrow night for the A main. Especially, like you said, we're going to have more guys coming tomorrow, and they can start as high as 9th.
Yep.
So it is time for the final division of the night. It's going to be the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. We'll have 2 qualifiers for them. And these ones should be pretty dang interesting as well. So on the pole in the Muirhead Motorsports IRP race car sponsor number 22, it's Gregory Muirhead. And his outside is going to be the Tomball Texan, the 148 of Garrett Gregory. Inside of row number 2 out of Kaufman, Texas, it's going to be the 25C of Cody Smith. And his outside, Chris Florio in the 21. Inside of row number 3 out of Waco, Texas, the 153, that's Robert Scribner. And his outside, the 58, is Sid Kiffin. Inside of row number 4, that's Tony Walton in the 31W. To his outside, Garrett Rawls in 4G. Joel Garcia in the 23, Rowdy Hull in the 54H. Inside of row number 6, it's Walter Hamilton in the 07G. To his outside, Corbin Willett in the 3. Inside of row number 7, that's Eric Zagleski in the 17E. And to his outside, Caden Petty in the 43. Inside of row number 8, Colton Keel in the 12K. To his outside, Nathan Northcutt in the 090. And the final row, Jeff Shepard and David Lackey. Shepard in the 17, Lackey in the 45L. So I believe that is the 17 of Shepard right there. I don't think we saw that car in heat race action unless I'm just getting all these races mixed up. But that's a different 17. That might be the actual Jeff Shepard there at the end in the purple and yellow one.
Yeah, I had a few messages earlier that was not Jeff Shepard earlier. He was at a football game.
Well, why are
so.
you getting all the messages?
Well, because
no one knows me out here.
Yeah, no,
they just don't like me.
They don't like you. I got all the hate mail too about bombers.
The locals hate me too sometimes.
Get that on those big jobs.
Yeah, I don't get.
Man, I really hope you can make it back here tomorrow night, Colin. This is fun.
We'll see.
I've had a good time.
The day job comes first.
Yeah, I understand that. Basketball coach, right?
Absolutely. Jacksonville College.
Jacksonville College.
Go Jags.
So what are y'all?
We are a Division I junior college.
Okay. And what's your mascot? The Jags?
Jaguars. Yep.
The Jacksonville
They
Jaguars.
stole it from us for sure.
Let's go Jaguars.
But we're purple and yellow. We're not teal. Although that would be a pretty dope color on a basketball jersey.
Well, good luck. I hope you get to come back tomorrow, but I understand work comes first.
Yeah,
so I've had a good time tonight with you.
We got a jamboree in Dallas Sunday morning. So
and you're a lot better than I am. So
I appreciate the compliments. I don't know about all that, but
I do.
We've definitely had some fun tonight.
Oh, I always have fun, buddy. I might suck, but I have a lot of fun.
Third time ever co-announcing. First time announcing here at the heart of Texas Speedway. And hopefully, like I said, be back with the big blocks next year if everything
Big
works
block
the way I want it.
modifieds.
That'd
So
be great.
We'll talk more about that after this. Let's go.
Here we go. Muirhead and Smith. Excuse me. Muirhead and Gregory lead us to green. Smith sitting there in the third spot. Good start from Gregory Muirhead, coming off a strong weekend at the Arklatex Speedway in the 18th. Lackey. And yes, that is Jeff Shepard, who now rides at 9th after starting at the tail of this one. So it looks like Smith going to drop to the middle side now as Muirhead leads Gregory second. Smith has third. And Scribner is in the fourth and final spot.
Smith jumped through the top side again. He kind of gave up on that top side earlier on. Now he's back up there again, going to diamond it down, drive it down the hill. See if he can make any headway there on Scribner.
Is there something about white and orange cars?
They're all white and orange.
Our top four are all white and orange.
They're all white and orange.
And there's a lapper right in front of the 090. Or 090, I guess I should say. As that will cause the caution. That is Nathan Northcutt. Yellow flag wave, 7 in and 5 to go here in A qualifier number 1 for the IMCA Sport Mods. So yeah,
what a race up front.
Modifieds.
Big block mod. So I've never seen them. I've never watched them. I've watched a lot of racing. I've watched a lot of racing in my life. I've raced a lot of racing. What is a big block modified? Explain it to me while we have a caution.
Well, the best way I can explain it to you folk down here.
You folk down here?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Real technical. Have you ever seen this modified?
Is it 96? Block mod? I don't.
There is a series. So they have it.
I promise you, right? And right.
So come on. Then
Okay.
you got. Good night.
You know,
Survey. I believe, but any. Control. Fourth is Smith. He comes Kiffin.
working his way up.
In orange. North
9 to
you and caution on him. Not typically that.
like it should. Tomorrow. Thanks. Gregory, you know, in fact, he built bodies. What up?
Number 3.
Say it, Colin.
Third will be Taylor Ross. Not making out the tech.
You are so. What are they going to do? Tens of dollars. That's a big shake. Get through. Hey. I'm saying it's not cut.
As we're about on a as 4 seconds from dead last. Gregory, your top 4. Back to the top, trying to go. Knights A main. And that's continue to wind. Shepherd's third. And heavy. Five. It rolls. Upside down.
Crazy legs. Green, white, checkered. We're done for the night. Track surface at the middle. Don't forget tomorrow. I believe it is. Dustin duties. Celebration at 11. Tournament. You want to be
Yep.
Airhead. I'm not a Yankee fan.
I think they want to see. Not sure who got it.
I mean, usually, but I don't replay.
Full damage, but looks.
Three.
Pass this one.
Jeff Shepard. And you're right. And the EA started at I was yeah.
As I've said, been mostly at Arkle Tech. Tonight, don't know if I'll make it. Should have. Pumping. Second, third is 4 laps to go.
Followed by this.
Airhead's got a seat. Two of Gregory Muirhead. 9. Gregory Muirhead will a second. From tonight, the rest
of or basketball. Back of the or I'm just saying.
Fire number 2 for
front row. Art 7 MK.
On the 54 team.
Number 3, the 10D.
Inside of right this time.
Inside row number 5. 601 Little.
Two. Matt Rust in. Green for the final race.
On the 21. 717 of my lead gets
That's Wilkins. 17. $778 of Hub.
Way up front. About a half a straight
On the bottom side of the here and works to the inside.
3 wide down the back straight. Ends on the bottom side. Trevor
Laps now. For the 7MK.
From the racetrack. Let's let it jump into the top. Looking up in that third position.
Of Paul White. He started third.
Straight away underneath. Gonna rotate. That's 7.
Down 6. Qualifier number.
Okay. Didn't miss a spot. Does on the bottom. Let away and then let's get for free race car. God, it is a free.
Slamming by 2. Trying to hold off Egbert.
Flags in the air. Working underneath. Jason Hubert up on the starting places.
On the 9, Wilkins out. Third, here it is, 4.
Qualify. Draw for tomorrow.
Opinion is if they work. Interesting.
I'm going to the fans to see a good 7th. Do that.
Like I said, they used to offer 1,000.
Yeah.
Jeff Lewis, he knew his.
Yep. Best guy on the front. Well, that's kind of boring. And I like to see tonight. Forgive you for that, but to